Welcome to the Renegade Pop Culture Capes podcast. This is our superhero comic book show. And today we're talking about the Snyder Cut and I guess the DCEU as a whole. My name is Mike. Joining me, of course, is our fearless leader, Keona.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome to this live stream, our second one. Very, very cool. So
yes.
We've got my Fresh Takes co-host, Brock.
How's it going? It's really cool to have everybody on here live, not going to lie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Making their return to the podcast, we have Josh and Kristal.
It's been a long time, but we're back.
Yes.
Good to have you back. We also have Jacob.
I'm Jacob. There we go. We got her in there.
And we've got Morgan.
Yes, it is spelt Morgan, but actually pronounced throat wobbler, mangrove mix, yes, spit picks.
Gotcha.
And making her Renegade Pop Culture debut, please welcome Gwen.
Hi, how's everybody doing tonight?
Spectacular.
Good.
Great.
I'm absolutely over the moon that we finally got you on, Gwen. It's absolutely surreal actually talking to you like vocally like this.
Same here.
Yes. All I've seen is stuff on Twitter, and I was like, "That's going to be cool. We're getting it on a podcast."
Yeah. I'm excited to have you here. So how we're going to start this is we're going to begin with our general thoughts on the DCU, how it started, where it's going. Then we'll move on to we'll start with Man of Steel, then go to Batman v Superman, and probably the lion's share of this podcast will be focused on Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Mm-hmm.
So Gwen, since you're our guests, why don't you start by describing your general thoughts on the DCU?
Okay. It is a mouthful to get just even the generalized thoughts, but I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. I saw Man of Steel on my 16th birthday. So it was like opening weekend. It was pretty insane. I loved the movie from the first time I saw it. It was very weird for me with the negative. Well, not necessarily negative because Man of Steel had more of a mixed response, but no one really loved it that I knew of. Like I knew no one that loved that movie, so I was kind of a little bit of a loner on that one. Then Batman versus Superman happened. We all know how that turned out. I mean, I loved it, but yes, we all know how that turned out.
I liked it coming out of the theater. So
The Ultimate Cut was better. The Ultimate Cut was better. I'll give it that.
Ultimate Cut is much better.
Way better. Suicide Squad.
I didn't.
Everybody hates that movie. I am the one person who will defend that movie. I liked it.
I
enjoyed it.
Ground.
I enjoyed it because I enjoyed seeing the characters on screen. But anyway, sorry, Gwen. Go ahead.
Yes, the characters are fine. Everything else,
yeah, editing not so good.
But then Wonder Woman. That one took a little bit to warm up on me, but the more times I watch it, I've gotten to the point now to where I absolutely love that movie too. I have some problems with the third act, but whatever. Really good movie. The 2017 cut of Justice League, hate it with all of my life. Just hate all my being. Despise it. But after that, what came out? It was Aquaman right after that, right?
Aquaman came out after Justice League.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that came out after. I mean, James Wan is one of my favorite filmmakers, so it was awesome to see him finally make a movie like that. It was absolutely gonzo bananas, insane. And then after that, it was Shazam.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of like an Amblin film, in concept and execution. It very much feels like an Amblin film, and that's just like a really fun, wholesome movie that really, I think, does exactly what it needs to with its concept. And then Birds of Prey. Harley Quinn's like my favorite DC character, so I love that movie so much.
Yep.
And Wonder Woman 1984, surprisingly another divisive movie. I don't know how it's as divisive as it is, but you know what? I respect people's opinions on it. I really liked it. So now we're here with the Justice League that we were supposed to see.
That we should have seen.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Morgan, why don't you go next?
In terms of how I feel about the DC extended universe as a whole, it's interesting because it has its share of ups and downs in terms of turns, and it doesn't really have a consistent tone. But it's just so interesting to see how it evolved from point A to point B. I did see Man of Steel in theaters. I have not watched it in a long time, but I will say I like it. It doesn't hold a candle to the Donner Superman movies, but at best, I do think it's an interesting interpretation. I just had a little more fun to it. But the direction it went in terms of its serious nature, I thought was actually kind of interesting and pretty bold for the time. Batman v Superman, I briefly mentioned that one's kind of a mess, but the longer cut does fill in some gaps, which are kind of interesting. Suicide Squad, I did see in theaters. I took a friend of mine with me because he wanted to see it, but he wasn't too big into comic book films, which was kind of a mistake because then afterwards, oh my god, I'm very half and half on that one because that was the turning point when they wanted to make it a little more lighter and not so dark and serious and anchored to reality. And that again is an interesting change for the franchise as a whole in regards to what tone they were trying to go with. I believe at that point they were like, oh, we don't have to be like super serious and dark. Okay, let's go in a much more different direction. And I think because they did that right when they were in the middle of post-production, that kind of hurt the movie a little bit. I would have loved to see what the original concept would have been. But for what it is, it's interesting, but I can't say it's god-awful. I like Wonder Woman, even though I have some problems with the final 20 minutes of the picture. It's when they do that big reveal of who's the villain. I just thought, really, you're going in this really interesting ideology kind of direction. You throw in this last-minute big twist where, haha, the gods were getting all the humans to do this. It's like, don't do that. You were doing so good up until that point. Please don't. Yeah. The 2017 theatrical cut of Justice League, I saw it first time around on DVD, and I didn't know what I was watching. It felt like an incoherent mess. I did rewatch it as recent because of the new edit we have now, and it is a weird Frankenstein hybrid of a picture. It really feels like someone was trying to take this giant episodic story and crush it into such a minimal picture, and as a result, it just doesn't feel right, because you can tell there's moments where it could be bigger, it could be grander, it could be something even more, and all you're getting it is really just a trailer of what it could have been, but with these little goofy moments spliced in which don't work because of either the delivery of the lines or how they're written. I'm not a big fan of Joss Whedon, just so you know, but I think he's okay. I mean, yeah, I did like Avengers, but I'm not really a big like Whedon person. So that's that. I still say Aquaman is one of the best Christmas gifts that Josh Wan ever gave me. Seriously, you have a DC movie with Atlanteans riding frickin' sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their frickin' little heads. That is awesome. That is the best Christmas gift I will ever take with me to my life. So I like that one. I describe it like an underwater version of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's just fun, all around fun. Shazam, I would actually describe more along the lines of the movie Big if you cross it with The Mask and Monster Squad, because it really does have that sensibility where it's going in some politically incorrect directions, but it knows exactly when to keep it just focused. Like there's that scene where they say the convenience store clerk from the robbers, and they come out with beer, one sip, and then cut back. They come out with snacks. Scrotties that kids would get. That's the general direction I'm talking about. It shows you can be politically incorrect as long as you notify exactly how wrong it is.
Yeah.
You can have kids coming out of a strip club. It's just fine because that's a joke. It's a literal joke.
Exactly.
Why are we going there? It's the first thing that came to my mind. See, little things like that work. That's why I like folks like James Gunn and Michael Dowtrey, because they know how to play around with stuff like that. So the two big ones for me are Aquaman and Shazam. If they go in that direction, they'll be fine. Birds of Prey, it should have just been called Harley Quinn. That's one problem I have with it. The other thing, too, is that it's an interesting idea, but when you really boil down to it, it's really a movie about a diamond. All these people going after a diamond with all this information, with all this bank codes and stuff. It's like, really?
Are you saying it's a superhero version of Snatch?
I'd say it's probably like a superhero version of Ocean's 8.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm trying to be nice to this movie. I'm trying to be nice to this movie. Please, forgive me. Forgive me, Gwen, baby. Please forgive me. I don't know it, but I think you're really nice. It's not the worst of the collection, believe me. I just think there was some opportunities greatly missed. It could have been. It could have been something. I just wish it. For something called Birds of Prey, it's strange that it focuses more on Harley Quinn. It should have been just called Harley Quinn, not Birds of Prey. And then you have Wonder Woman 1984, which...
Don't dream of anything, otherwise you'll be selfish and evil.
I can see what it's trying to be. It's trying to be one of those 1980 quirky films, but done as a superhero film. But some of that it's weird. It's like I can see parts of it working, but then there's other chunks that just don't, like Cheetah. That was one of the main things that just made it derail so much. It's like you could have gone this amazing direction with this character who's turning into Catwoman in a sense, where she has like this demented mind and stuff. She loses her sensibility and just really crazy everything. And then you have the main story with the tycoon that becomes the Wishing Stone, and that could have gone somewhere. It was a mess. It was a fascinating mess. I can't say it's the worst, but it's not good. So overall, it's an interesting up and down, hit and miss franchise, but with all due respect, it's a fascinating franchise to look into, even at its worst.
Kind of like
it is.
minus the majority of the movies being made by we're not going to go there.
Yar.
No.
Yes, it was me the whole time, Chicago man.
All right, Jacob, why don't you go next?
We have one comment.
Pedro Pascal was the only good part.
Thank you. That was the tycoon character.
Life is good.
All right, but Jacob, did we lose you, buddy? Hold on.
We can't be bad. I'm just saying, real quick, just as a quick aside. Brock, you blew my fucking mind with Birds of Prey is the DC version of Snatch. Oh,
did I?
I knew I loved that movie already from the outset.
For some reason, I knew he was gonna say something like that.
Look, every franchise has their ups and downs. I like the franchise, but there's some great titles.
Josh, why don't you and Kristal go ahead?
Oh, we're gonna have a story thing. I don't know your history, but
I like stories.
I'll admit from the outset, I was kind of on the wrong foot with the DCEU in general, because at the time, I was a Christopher Nolan fanboy. So I saw Man of Steel, and I like at least the trailers, and I thought, you're going to try and turn Superman into the Dark Knight? And then I saw I probably had the worst first experience for Man of Steel, because I saw it at my grandpa's house by myself on a laptop, kind of half paying attention because I was a dumb kid, and I remember being bored at the time. I'll remember being bored for a majority of the movie, and then being incredibly confused, probably because I was half paying attention. And then he snaps the neck. But I'll admit on the outset, like at the time, I wasn't a huge Superman fan. So I just kind of, whatever, it was a bad experience, bad movie in my eyes at the time. How did you see Man of Steel?
Well, for me, anybody knows my mother, and if she's watching this, I love you.
Uh-oh.
But you have a weird obsession with Superman to the point where you think he's more holy than Jesus Christ himself.
Wow.
That
Okay.
Wait, hold the phone. Which Superman are we talking about here? Henry Cavill, Christopher Reeve, George Reeve,
and
Look,
she will
Max Fleischer.
She will refuse to watch anything that disgraces the name of Superman.
She refuses to watch The Boys because she thinks that it's just a
no.
bad version of Superman. We have to tell her no.
Oh no. Okay.
Tell her the tick is set in the same universe. That might help.
Well, since she worships, of course we watched Man of Steel, and of course I had to sit down and pay attention. So I didn't mind it. I actually really enjoyed it. But then I watched like Batman versus Superman, and I watched that in theaters. I think in IMAX with my whole family there, and I was pretty young when it came out, and I remember it being the first movie that I genuinely did not like. Because most kids, when they're young, they just like everything because it's flashing lights and cool. But I genuinely didn't like this.
I'm kind of on the same page, at least initially, because I was in that bad rabbit hole at the time. 2015 was a really weird, dark time. And I remember just hearing that this movie was so bad, this and that. And there's this kind of perverse thought in my head. Let me go see just how bad this is. And I think the universe wanted to punish me for that.
Oh, no.
Because I remember going there and I missed one of the showings, but then I ended up getting another showing, which was in 3D. And I went to the showing and ended at the very front row in 3D glasses.
Oh, no.
3D movie in front row.
Watching a mostly dark movie. I'm already irritated. And I kind of went into it, I think, wanting it to be bad, so that made it even worse. And you guys are going to hate me for this, but I remember I actually did walk out after Martha. After that happened, I already had such a bad time. I got to that point, I was just like, I'm done. I walked out and I actually got my money back.
Are you serious?
How did you even do that?
How?
Oh, Mr. I never walked out of a movie until
I forgot.
By the sea.
Okay.
I wish I would have gotten my money back on Incarnate, but
Why didn't you wait until Lex said, "Here's your doomsday"? That would have been a perfect point to get your money refunded.
It was even worse because the movie I saw after that was Suicide Squad. I actually called in sick for school so I could go see it with my friend Francisco. Which Francisco, if you're listening to this, wherever you are, I hope you know that the best experience of that whole showing was actually seeing it with you and walking out of it just absolutely mystified by what the hell we just saw. In Suicide Squad.
Jeez.
Well,
Yikes.
see, the thing is that after versus Superman, I it just left such a bad taste in my mouth that I never went to theaters to watch a DC movie again. So every time that I watched another DC movie, it was way after it was released and on like streaming or torrent.
And I say no. Biden, we're on your side.
No, we consulted the keyboard elves or that kind of thing. We didn't use any torrent sites.
No, we don't do that.
But
I don't know what torrent is.
My mother comes in and she's obsessed with Harley Quinn. So of course we had to watch Suicide Squad. And I remember just not caring for it at all. It was just bad. And my mom the whole time, I love you, Mom, but
no, it's okay
your
to admit
obsession
it.
with Harley Quinn and Superman is unhealthy.
So that was where we were, and we saw Wonder Woman actually for a friend of mine's birthday. We both went to go see it. It was the first DC movie that we both saw in theaters.
Yeah.
And it was actually really nice. You know, I know a lot of people crap on the third act, especially in here, but I don't know. I think at the time, just experiencing everything was just really nice to just get to see Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman and just the chemistry with her and Chris Pine. Oh my God, it's electric. And
Chris Pine's always good in those.
Even the third act, as much as I'll admit it's not perfect, I don't know. It still feels like, in my opinion, it still feels like a nice extension of the kind of sincerity and campiness I think that comes with the core of Wonder Woman in a good way. It still combines with the heart, even if it was like it could have been a lot better ideologically.
It's grown on me.
Personally speaking, that's why And personally speaking, that's also why I love Wonder Woman 84 more, but I'm jumping ahead. So we both saw it. What did you think?
I really enjoyed it. There's not much else I can say.
And then Justice League happened, and okay, I remember thinking it was okay initially, and then literally after we walked out of the theater, I sat with Kristal and a friend of mine named Ruben. And as I started to like let the film marinate in my head, I went off in like a big rant in the parking lot of a supermarket while we were getting food.
Oh no.
And it was, do you remember anything about that day?
Honestly, when it comes to like
the theatrical cut,
the theatrical cut, I guess my mind just suppressed those memories because when I went back to the Snyder Cut, I didn't remember anything at all. I never remembered watching it with you. It was like,
what makes it even funnier is that when we saw it, you had just gotten out of the hospital and you couldn't sit down.
Oh
so of course you were sitting down for 2 hours.
Oh my God, you're right.
So it was a painful 2 hours for Kristal and an entire
Ow!
Owie.
Ow!
Procedure done.
That sucks. That
so
sucks.
much pain from the procedure.
So
I remember now.
So that's Justice League. But then oddly enough, after Justice League, all the DC movies started to look very interesting to me. I missed Aquaman and I missed Shazam, but I finally got to see Birds of Prey, thanks to the COVID times and a very special friend of mine. But I really liked. Oh my God, Margot Robbie's a character now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Thank you, Kathy Yan, for getting her out of David Ayer's fucking fingers. I'm sorry, I do not like David Ayer personally.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah.
And
I remember how Josh. I remember how angry you were when we were talking about the tax collector. I mean, we weren't talking about it for a while, Peter. But
I refuse to watch that movie. I refuse to watch Tax Collector just based off of the backstory.
I'm telling you right now, Glenn.
Yeah, we didn't actually talk about Tax Collector.
Missing out on anything. He's not a secret genius.
Yikes!
But I actually never watched Birds of Prey.
You've seen bits of it.
I've seen it, and I've kind of liked what I've seen.
But the one scene that kind of pulls you away is my favorite scene. Which is when Sionis is, like Harley's like giving the voiceover, and Roman's got the family hung up, and he's like, you're free to go, and the girl's like, and he's like, ew, is that a snot bubble? Oh, I changed my mind. That was the scene that I was sold on the movie, and that's the scene that kind of dropped.
Maybe.
That's funny.
But I don't like the idea because I plan going into like the kind of criminal justice field, just the idea of a girl who watched her family die, like at least be able to survive, and then immediately getting that stripped away from you and then hearing her screams.
Yeah,
see It puts me in an uncomfortable spot, but I don't think.
Yeah.
Like I may be perverse also, but I also think that it kind of raises the stakes the second you establish, hey, children are also in danger.
Yeah.
Like Kristal gets squeamish watching Jaws when the kid gets eaten by the shark.
Yeah.
Me, I'm like, oh,
No.
fucking stakes.
Yeah.
So about this movie called Aliens.
Yeah, no shit. Or play Resident Evil 2.
Yeah, Child's Play.
So Birds of Prey actually reinvigorated my wanting to get back into the DCEU, and then after that, Kristal insisted that I watch Shazam.
Yes.
Because she had seen it before me.
I watched that with my dad and my brother, and they loved it. They absolutely loved it. And yeah, it was such a huge change of pace from the other DC movies that I started to fall back in love with them. Just compared to Batman versus Superman and Justice League. It's exactly what we needed.
And when I finally got to watch it, for me, that's my ideal DC movie. It's just the right amount of camp and silliness, I think, but also just the underlying emotional sincerity behind everything. Just I've said it before on the podcast and on my YouTube channel. I'm an adopted kid. So, of course, I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. This is my kryptonite. And seeing Billy meet up with his mom in that dingy apartment complex.
Yeah.
That
is a tough scene.
In my head.
That hard out. Oh my God.
Right here. And that was the point that I knew, okay, like I already loved it at that point. David F. Sandberg is, in my opinion, probably the most underrated director of the entire DCEU because he's not as, in my opinion, not as flashy as everyone else, but just the way that he executes that whole reveal, it's just so heart-wrenching and beautiful and tragic, but also when he goes up on the he feels that inspiration to like go save his friends and his adopted siblings, and he jumps off the building. That's cinema. That's what Marty would call cinema. And then I finally saw Aquaman, and that was just fun.
Yes.
No, Aquaman is cinema.
I mean, there's a guy in there called Ocean Master. How cooler can you get?
And it was funny because I remember while we were watching it, like there was a point her dad like comes in because he was out, and we're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I had never seen it. I'm in love with it, with how corny and dumb and sincere it is. And he's just like, wow, that looks really cool. It's when they encounter those creatures from the deep or something like that, and they gotta dive down.
The trench.
And he starts sitting down the trench, and then he gets the iconic suit and everything, and I'm just blown that James Wan made the classic orange wetsuit look so goddamn cool. And he just says, oh my God, this is the stupidest fucking thing ever. And I'm just like,
my dad's response. That was my dad's response.
It's like,
to
yes.
the movie.
Oh
It's just
no.
like, it's just like, that's the point. It's
hardly comic book.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that
it's like,
and
it's
especially
like
for the
watching,
site,
Army of Darkness or something. It's dumb, but it's sincere.
Exactly.
Last Starfighter, man. Last
So,
Starfighter.
Watching Aquaman, Birds of Prey, and Shazam in a row, it made me want to go back and rewatch the early DCEU movies. And I remember for leading up to an episode on the podcast, I sat Kristal down along with Dad, and we started watching through them again. And my perception completely changed on Man of Steel. It's amazing what being 22 years old and actually paying it a completely different light. And I kind of really like it now. Like, it's probably my fifth or fourth favorite DC movie. Probably fifth, just because of the sheer heart in that. Like I said, with everything going on, in my personal life, I got really choked up. Everybody talks about what was I supposed to do? Let them die? Maybe, but the scene right after that where he shows them the ship and Clark is just completely overwhelmed with the everything, the matter of factness, and he and his son and Pa Kent holds him close and just says tearfully, "You are my son." It's like, oh,
Yeah.
That's
That
the
line
best
gets me
scene.
every time.
That's
Why
the
was I
best
so
scene in
hard?
that
That
movie.
is a good
Everyone
scene.
says I'm tired of people shitting on Kevin
And-
Costner and saying how dull he is.
Also,
Yeah. Yep.
He was great in Waterworld.
yeah.
Hey, don't you dare go watch the longer cut of that movie. It is better. It is a
I'm with-
masterpiece compared to what they did in the theatrical cut. I swear.
I have a friend who
I don't
loves
think I can ever
Waterworld.
go back to that. I don't think I can.
Here it is.
There are many movies I will take a second chance on. I don't think I can.
It's all right, baby. I love you.
Dry land is not a myth. I've seen it.
Seriously, I can quote Dennis Hopper all day long with that film. Oh, boo-hoo, a single tear rolls down my cheek.
I was just gonna say
We
that.
come here for practice. We don't need practice.
All I can remember of that
Upon
movie is
rewatching-
Kevin Costner with webbed feet, and the guy like underneath the city as the flames are about to hit him. He's like, oh thank God! And then that those are the only two things I remember from that entire movie, and I never want to see those two things again.
Oh yeah.
Spoiler alert, they're on Mount Everest at the end.
No, I was just gonna.
Anyway,
God.
Am I alone on this? Great.
Upon rewatching it again,
Sorry, continue.
Man of Steel. It's actually one of the very, very, very few Hans Zimmer scores that I actually liked.
Really?
Okay.
Come at me, I don't care. I don't like Hans Zimmer.
Fair
That's
enough.
cool.
We'll get into
That's
that,
cool.
But
That's cool.
That's cool. That's cool.
and
I'm more of a James Newton
Batman-
Howard person, but yeah.
James Newton
Okay,
Howard. Oh,
that's-
yes, no, that's something we can agree on.
yeah.
Thank
Thomas
you.
Newman's one of my
But-
favorite.
But then we get to Batman versus Superman, and I'll admit I've given him multiple chances in the past, and I've slowly come around to finding it mediocre. Even with the longer cut, even with everything, I think it's just a personal thing, but it's probably, in my opinion, the weakest in terms of pacing. Just because for me, it drags so much, and oddly enough, and I know I'm going to sound weird for this, especially me, a guy that loves Kevin Smith, that loves Aaron Sorkin, that loves all these fantastic writers. There were points I thought the writing was a little too on the nose, trying to be very metaphorical and all that stuff. Like you should analyze this stuff.
False
Like,
God and things like that.
it wasn't that.
Also,
It
like-
wasn't that. It was. For me, it was the whole subplot where Lois Lane finds herself in Oliver Stone's JFK.
Oh, that.
Trying to find the magic bullet.
Yeah, that
Oh.
I forget what the line was, but there's a line. Well, it was something about halos. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, yeah, it was like
It's like,
it was
you
like-
wear a halo or yours, but maybe I could
but
find.
it was at that point I was like, okay, I hear what you're saying.
the movie. Yeah, I will say it's definitely on the nose. Like it does get a little up its own ass, especially when they feel the need to have Neil deGrasse Tyson on their show once and like giving this speech about like evolution and shit.
If it is of interest, when that movie came out, the 3-hour cut, about half an hour in, I stopped the movie and said, you know what? I can do better than this. And I'm not kidding. I loaded it into my editing bay and I spliced that sucker down. And it went from a 3-hour movie into a 2-hour and 8-minute flick.
Oh, yeah.
But
It was
My
insane.
smile here is just me.
I'm so
just
sorry.
refraining.
But if for nothing else, I did come to appreciate the visuals. I've always thought that Batman versus Superman was way better looking than Man of Steel. I think just personally, I don't care for the naturalistic handheld look. Again, it's just personal speaking. But even in the rewatch of Man of Steel, I came to like it a little bit more. Just it's more in the action sequences where it gets overwhelming with the shake and the zooms.
Oh yeah, with the giant dubstep machine, and
it's probably one of the best looking.
Yeah, he really experimented with that style of shooting way too much in Man of Steel.
And then we get.
That's really my only gripe with that movie.
And then we get to Suicide Squad, and that one did not improve for me on a rewatch. I hated it even more.
Same.
I think we even stopped watching it.
We oh my god, we got 20 minutes in, and Kristal said to me, "Do we really need to watch this?
Yeah.
Do we really need to sit through this?" And her and her dad bowed out. I was like, "Wait." We haven't gotten to a Slipknot, the man who can climb anything.
Croc, man, do it for Croc.
What was he going to even climb? Really, what was he going to climb?
He was going to...
James Gunn, I hope you do this movie better.
Like this impossible to climb object.
Yeah.
That would actually make sense for him to be there, but there's no reason for him to be there otherwise.
No.
Okay, look, I know we make fun of Slipknot, but we're gonna have so many characters like that in James Gunn's Suicide Squad.
Yes.
I'm willing. Good point with Javelin and the detachable kid or whatever Nathan Fillion's playing. Okay, yeah, I see that.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Detachable
Instead
child.
Yeah.
So that's where we stand.
Man.
So that's where we stand with the DC universe. Turned around, Man of Steel is really good. Batman versus Superman. Maybe as time goes on, I'll like it a little more because it's been getting progressively better in my eyes. Suicide Squad you can avoid. Just either cut. Do not watch. It is garbage.
Unless you want to see Croc vomit a goat.
Is the cinematic equivalent of a Hangover.
I might go back and watch it if David Ayer ever releases his cut of the movie, but otherwise, no.
Yeah.
Okay. No comment. Justice League is the theatrical cut is very, very, very frustrating. Mm-hmm. Wonder Woman is damn good. It's fun. It's DC Snatch. I'm gonna coin that now. I'm gonna have so much fun with it. Shazam and Aquaman. Hell yeah,
so
that's my
fun.
cheese. That's so much fun. And Wonder Woman 84. I'm sorry, I love it. I love it to pieces.
Okay.
That finale, that third act is so amazing. Yeah.
I'll watch anything with Pedro Pascal in it. Anything.
It should be mandatory.
Kristen Wiig
except for Mandalorian. I can't bring myself to watch that, but that's another story.
Oh boy.
All right, Jake.
Yeah. Now that Jacob's back.
Yes. He has returned after we... No, I'm not going to make that joke.
All right.
What? Okay.
Yeah, just all your DCEU hot takes.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I haven't seen, as I was trying to say, okay, just a few minutes ago, I have not seen Suicide Squad and I have not seen Shazam. Okay? So, yeah, it was my opinion of the DCEU. Initially, it was not different at all from what the majority, like the general consensus of it was. Believe it or not, there was a time when I was younger, when I was like 17 or 18, when I was a huge Zack Snyder fan. I honestly was. I just thought I always thought of Zack Snyder as the thinking man's Michael Bay.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yes, and
I have I have the ultimate cut of Watchmen. Even that's how much I love that movie. It's
nice.
I honestly think Zack Snyder and yeah, I always admired him. I was very interested when I heard that he was tackling Man of Steel. The man, I can't wait to see his kind of artistic grand vision of Superman. And then I saw it, and I was just really kind of surprisingly indifferent to it. Like most people were, the dour kind of very action heavy side of it. That kind of, it kind of, it caught me off guard. It really did. I was very taken aback by that approach to Superman. That very gaudy, that very philosophical side. And then I see Batman v Superman, and for a brief, I kind of forgot what I found so appealing about Zack Snyder. Honestly, just because, and it was just I had all the same problems people had with it. The Save Martha, which I initially thought was total bullshit, like everyone else did. I didn't like the meandering story. I didn't like Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor at all. I thought I basically had all the same problems everyone had with it. That it was just a dumb idea to have this big crossover as the second movie that and the same one that they kill off Superman. Okay, and I was like, I didn't like this shit. Like before the Capitol blowing up, and there's a jar of Lex Luthor's piss that I was like, and I was just like, what the hell is this doing in here? I was just I remember I saw it opening night, and I was just freaking mesmerized by how bad it was. Honestly, it was just so. Yeah, it was just really. Yeah, I did not like it any more than anyone else. Like a vast majority of other people did. So it turned me off from seeing Suicide Squad. Okay, even though I did see Batman in the theater, I just didn't care to see Suicide Squad at all. Wonder Woman, it was a very refreshing change of pace. And I don't have as much of a problem with the third act, like you, Josh, as other do. Yeah, it should also be noted that Patty Jenkins has said that Warner Brothers basically forced her to include that big climax scene with her and Ares. She made it to be much more quiet, much more smaller scale, like the rest of it. And I really wish we could have seen that version. And Justice League, again, I was just put off by it. I was in college, and the movie theater, my local movie theater near the university, was crazy expensive, and I did not want to go see it just, because of all the bad reviews. They were still better than Batman v Superman, but I just was not interested. I just wasn't. And then, of course, all the drama, like with Joss Whedon coming on board after Zack Snyder left. It just. I felt like I would be unable to enjoy it after all that bullshit. And then I literally saw Aquaman today. I honestly saw it for the first time today. And I just loved it to pieces. Okay. I honestly do. I think it is a phenomenally fun, crazy, insane. It's a gorgeous looking movie. I love the way Atlantis presented. I loved the lady who was wearing a dress of jellyfish, and I love the
Star Wars underwater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe, my favorite actor working currently right now. He
good old Serpico.
Yeah. And so Shazam, didn't see it again. Birds of Prey, that was the first DCEU movie that I had seen in its initial release since Wonder Woman. and I thought it was a charming, kind of small scale, kind of like Hell's a Poppin' kind of showpiece for Margot Robbie and the rest of the cast. The names just kind of escape me right now. So, and then recently, Wonder Woman 84. Again, I love it for its Richard Donner-esque take on it. I just loved that a Hollywood movie, like it was like this big and this epic, even though to many people it felt overstuffed, which, okay, fair enough, I won't argue. But, I just loved it for its heart, for its epic scale. I thought it was a gorgeous looking movie. Okay. Can we just say, can we just agree that it's a nice looking movie, whatever you thought of it?
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. It's photographed pretty good.
Yeah. Even though, the whole thing with her and Steve being in that strange man's body, and
I won't go as far as some people do, but yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, at best, it's more of a
problem.
I mean, it's more of a superhero movie set in the 1980s than X-Men Apocalypse.
Oh, absolutely.
You're not wrong.
I mean, think about there's more 80s references in Wonder Woman 84 than that one.
Screw
Yeah.
that movie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Wonderful. I also best cameo ever in the mid-credit sequence. Can we all
Oh, hell yeah.
That was amazing. I didn't see that coming either. That sets up some cool shit.
I actually, though, one thing that did piss me off about it, and I did bring this up in the podcast, I saw this movie in IMAX, okay? I saw it in IMAX, and only the beginning scene and the ending scene were the ones that were actually shot in IMAX. The rest was just regular 16:9 aspect ratio, and I just thought it was such a waste.
That is weird.
Yeah. I agree. Pedro Pascal as the Trump standee, essentially, though. Yeah, and I liked his arc. I liked, he was a very sympathetic villain. Okay, I thought he was a way better antagonist than Ares. All right.
Oh, by far, it's not
Agreed.
Even close.
I like the movie. Didn't feel overstuffed to me. People kind of compare it to Spider-Man 3. The difference to me is that. Yeah, and that movie,
no, honey, no.
Hey,
The editor's cut of Spider-Man 3 was better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, I disagree with that. Just because everything in it felt connected to me. Everything, nothing didn't exactly feel out of place. It's a common problem, I know, a complaint that people have with these superhero sequels, but to me, it was more Guardians of the Galaxy 2 than it was Spider-Man 3. I'll just say that. It was just I liked how it fleshed her character. I liked how she had the same flaw that everyone else did. She just wanted to hold on to her wish, and she wanted her boyfriend back without actually earning it. So. Yeah, I liked how she was flawed in that sense, while she was also trying to be, an inspiration to other people. That was an interesting direction. I honestly thought that. Yeah. But going back to the Zack Snyder movies, I had myself a huge Zack Snyder-a-thon because of this. I watched every single movie the guy made. I saw Dawn of the Dead, the director's cut. I saw 300. I saw Watchmen, the ultimate cut. Again, I watched Legend of the Guardians, the Owls of Ga'Hoole.
Yes.
Finally.
I'm really happy more people are watching that. Yes.
Yeah. I watched Sucker Punch, okay, which I'm not in any way going to argue is a masterpiece, but it has enough of the stuff I like about Zack Snyder that I don't regret watching it. Okay,
it's one of the best music videos I've ever seen.
Yes. Okay, and
it's his Moonwalker. That's all we can say about it.
Basically.
Minus
I don't
Joe
know if
Pesci
we
in
warned
the
Gwen
Transformer.
ahead of time because I know how I can feel it. I promise, Gwen, we're gonna gush in a second.
It's fine.
I'm
It's fine. Totally, I get it. I'm so used to this by now. It is fine.
I saw yeah, okay. I watched no, it's what's bullshit though is that when I bought Sucker Punch, okay, I had to buy for $12.99 just to see the extended cut. I had to buy it.
That is weird.
Then I saw Man of Steel, and now that I was reminded what I liked about Zack Snyder's movies. I love his visual storytelling. I love how he's just this crazy, like he's like a Gwen. You've described him once on Twitter. Like you described him as he's kind of like a gawky teenage geek who just loves mythology, loves just putting out what he wants to see on screen, and I really agree with that, honestly. And I even warmed up to his take on Superman. You know, I think that this kind of artful, meditative sort of, just grand, epic take on Superman was one. It felt very fresh. It felt very human to me. Like it was the first time I actually thought that Superman was a human. Okay, and then even I saw the extended cut of Batman v Superman, and you know what? I'm not saying the problems I had with it are completely gone, but I liked how in the extended cut the characters actually breathed. It felt like it felt less, plot heavy than the theatrical cut did.
Because it had time to actually let the plot develop.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm kind of understanding of even the problems I have with it, like Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. Like I do think I kind of see him now as just who's just so kind of apathetic in a way. Like he just unlike the main characters, he just takes nothing seriously, and that's what I kind of like about it. That's kind of like he's just kind of a psychopath who just takes pure delight in what he's doing. There's like this arrogant quality to him, and and I was just and even the mark
seeing these gods as playthings, like just upon reflection, that kind of idea that's with this version of Lex Luthor, literally just treating Batman and Superman just as these little pawns that he can manipulate.
Exactly.
When it comes,
I love bringing people together.
Yeah.
That was a really good impersonation. Holy shit! Holy shit! That was really good.
How much? How long do you think it will take until they make the spin-off Lex Luthor and the Kryptonian Chocolate Factory?
oh my god!
And the funny thing is,
really think about it.
I wasn't even trying.
That was really.
I'm going to turn on to the Jolly Ranchers.
Oh yeah, yeah. He just like
conversation, by the way.
Yeah. Yes. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, and so the idea of the Snyder Cut, because I think we all agree that the kind of toxic side, like the harassing side of that movement, we can't ignore the fact that it's turned a lot of good people off of it. Just like people understandably were they thought that Warner Brothers was kind of caving into the fanboys, but even I've come to the understanding that this movie was for this. I read the Vanity Fair interview recently with Zack Snyder, and that was when I was completely on board of seeing this movie. I just wanted to see. I wanted to see it because my appreciation for Zack Snyder was growing and growing, and then I was just like, okay, I gotta see this. And that's what I started this retrospective. I started looking back on all of it, and we'll talk about when they get into it. But I warmed up to the DCEU. I'm less of a I don't call myself a Marvel fanboy, but I was definitely on the Marvel side of the spectrum of it. Because I just thought the movies were just better written. I thought they were more accessible. I thought that they were more of what I wanted to see from a superhero movie. But the DCU movies, they have opened me to the idea that there are different ways to make superhero movies. And you just got to look at both the lighthearted DC movies and the Zack Snyder movies. I'm open to the idea of having two different branches of the DCU. There's Zack Snyder's branch, and then there's the Gal Gadot's, James Wan type of, that kind of branch as well. And so I hope that Warner Brothers goes through with it. Let's see. So that's that's basically that's capping off what I think of the DCEU.
Nice.
I still need to see Shazam. I still need to see. I will see Suicide Squad in time for the Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
And definitely watch Shazam too when you get the chance.
Please.
Yes. I will.
Awesome.
Yes.
Brock, do you want to go next?
Sure, why not? Oh boy, have I been rethinking what I think of these films, because I had no idea we were going to go through all of them before we started this podcast. So here we go. Man of Steel. One thing that I think we can all agree on is that if you do not have kryptonite involved in the movie, it is really hard to write a Superman story.
Yeah.
Mind over muscle.
Because, and we saw it in Justice League, once Superman shows up, the problem ceases to be a problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I appreciated it just does. And I try to explain that to people that say Superman's a dull character. I'm like, he's not. He's just really hard to write for. He's so hard to write for. But Man of Steel was a take on him that I thought was cool. I am not an adopted kid, but I recently went through a situation where I got my name changed to a guy who has been my father figure now for 16 years because my original dad was a pile and basically abandoned me when I was younger. So moments like that really get to me, where like surrogate parents help someone out, like you are my son, and like the moment when he's locked in the closet at school and he's like, the world's too big, Mom, and she says make it smaller, and that calms him down. That is
That's a good one. That is a good one.
That is so good. There's a ton of little. Zack Snyder's really good at little itty bitty character moments like that when he gets to throw it all in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and like it's just Man of Steel is probably the one I'm going to spend the least time on. I think it was good. There are some criticisms that I do understand that people get upset about, like, I guess, damage. But again, the thing that I always tell people, and Mike can kind of get with me on this. Mike is a giant DBZ fan. And most of the time when people argue about this movie, it is 95% of the time they bring up the fact that, well, in good writing, if there was Goku fighting someone, he would get them to go to a random desert so that they wouldn't have any damage. I'm like, that's because most of the DBZ villains are stupid enough to be talked away from civilians. And Zod is a war Zod is a war general that knows full well there's civilians around, hoping that it's going to make Superman not want to fight so he doesn't hurt people because he's intelligent.
Same mentality in Superman too.
Exactly. It's like no supervillain should ever go, yeah, let's go away from the civilians so you're not scared to hurt people.
I found his weakness. He cares for the pets.
Zod's whole point was that he was trying to kill everyone he could before he died.
Exactly. Yeah. And then everyone's like, I just don't understand why he couldn't talk him into leaving. Did you watch the movie? Zod's a psycho. It's like,
what, you're not going to bring back Krypton? Okay, I'm going to destroy the Earthlings.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought it was really... And again, I'm one of those people that actually kind of liked the whole Zod neck snap thing. I kind of really liked it.
I like it.
You get to see Superman struggle with the fact that he had to make a bad decision. You don't get to see that often.
On it.
No.
So I really liked that. And then we had BVS. I have a really complicated relationship with that film because there is a good solid 30 minutes of that movie that is some of the best DCU or just DC stuff, period. Mm-hmm. Like, outside of throwing a grenade at two people, like the scene in the warehouse with Batman is how Batman fights.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
like Batman, again, there's versions
It's
of Batman.
brutal, but it's good.
There's good. Batman is a character that in some versions does kill, but 95% of the time, he does not kill people. Your hospital bills will kill you, Batman will not. And I appreciate that version of Batman. That is my favorite version of Batman. He won't kill you. He'll break both your legs and crush your larynx, but he will not kill you. That is the guy that I like as Batman. So when I got to see him, when he downward punches that guy's head and he like T-poses upside down on the floor, I'm like, thank you. This is what I wanted. I wanted it so much, but see, and then like they get to have great character moments with each character. Like when he's zooming around to get the kryptonite and he just bounces clean off of Superman and Superman just looks at the car.
Yeah.
I'm like, thank you. That's what Superman would do because it's a fly. And then they have their moments where I got kind of like weirdly, they were a little too into it. Like the Jolly Rancher thing. I every other day have a different opinion on that. Like,
I just love it.
Forbidden fruit. It's cherry.
Exactly. There was a lot of Jesus metaphors. Be like, hey guys, did you know that Jesus was stabbed with a spear?
Oh, the double mural in Lex Luthor's room.
Yeah,
there's way too on
there's
the
a lot.
nose.
There's a lot.
And it gets even more obvious when you see in the longer cut he meets Darkseid, that little image in the pool there, and it's like, he's coming. They cut to the mural, and it's like, what, did he contact Steppenwolf or something? So like you think he contacted the devil to come to Earth? It's my mistake. Steppenwolf. My apologies.
Yeah. It's different, but it's like I like the idea of what they were going for to get people towards it, and I get what Zack was trying to do, and it's even in the title. Like Zack was trying to make it a battle of ethics versus a battle of smarts. That's why he even called it Batman v Superman. Some people are watching this don't get that's how you do court cases. It's a V and not a VS. So that's what he was going for. So I get it. And again, I like the idea of the Martha thing. I don't like the execution. And I'm going to say this now. I have been reading and watching DC content for, at that point, 26 years of my life. I sat in that theater when he said they're killing Martha, and he looked up at Bruce, and I went, holy fucking shit, their moms had the same name.
You too?
Yeah, same here.
I totally forgot. Like, all this time, I was like, what?
And they even foreshadowed it from the beginning because when Thomas Wayne dies, he says Martha.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
also,
he's like, Jeffrey Morgan. He's like,
I'm only gonna say Rosebud. I'm not gonna go any farther than that because that's part of my video. Just leave it at that.
Exactly. And hey, if you let Zack make more movies, can he please make a Flashpoint? Can he please make a Flashpoint movie with those two?
Yes.
Because I really want to see him as the old Bruce Wayne and her as the demented Joker. That'd be WB, please. But
unfortunately,
balls in your court and you shed.
Not gonna happen.
I know it's not gonna happen, but it was fine. I really liked that Lex was just weird. That it's a different version of Lex. He's just an eccentric, weird guy. There is moments where it's a little bit too on the nose, like you said, a sledgehammer versus a scalpel, where he smacks Clark Kent on the scent and goes, yeah, I would not want to pick a fight with this man. I'm like, okay, let's calm that down just a touch. But like they had Mercy Graves in
because it is paradoxical.
Yeah, and they had a lot of cool little things in there. I really don't think you needed to have I almost said Darkseid, but it was Doomsday. I don't think you needed to have him. I was okay with them having a mutual thing to fight. I just don't think you needed to have the thing that kills the Superman in the second movie.
Yes.
That was a bit on the nose, and
if you're gonna do Doomsday, you gotta earn it, man.
I wanted to see like a Doomsday thing where he just beats up like a whole list of B leaguers. Like Booster Gold and everybody, and
that's what the animated movies are for. We got two of them. We have Superman, Doomsday, and the Death of Superman.
Yep.
That's true. But
that BVS movie creates a giant problem for me that I guess they kind of try and solve. That Batman wasn't around anymore. But before I get to that, I also have to mention one of probably my favorite Batman moment in any movie ever is in the first 5 minutes of both cuts of that movie. Bruce Wayne is not a coward. Bruce Wayne helps in any situation
Yes.
we can. And
Yes.
in the
Yes.
beginning of that movie, when he runs into the fucking smoke of that crumbling building, I screamed. I stood up and screamed in the theater.
Yeah.
That is
Really?
Batman.
Yeah.
I did. That is Batman.
Yeah.
Yep.
That right there, like that shows you that he's still Batman
Mhm.
until he sees the red cape in the sky, and that's when the bat takes over. So
Yep.
it's just
Yes.
It just and then when he's hugging that kid and you just see death in his eyes when he's looking up at there, he's like, I don't know who you are. I'm gonna find out how to kill you and I'm gonna do it. Just like
Right then and there, you know exactly why they're going after each other.
exactly. But what I was getting at before is that there's a very good reason that Batman had to be retired until that moment, because Gotham and Metropolis are right next to each other. Crime in Gotham doesn't exist if Superman is 5 minutes away.
Yeah.
That's one thing that kind of bugged me when I watched it, but I'm like, it's cool that they're sister cities, so you get to have the moments with them going together. And again, you had to have kryptonite because you had to find a way to deal with Superman. But they got together. They had an actually, in my opinion, pretty natural way they brought Gal Gadot in.
Yeah.
I was fine with that. It didn't feel too forced to me. I don't think they quite needed to have everybody else. I think they could have just looked at the files later.
Yeah.
But yeah, same criticisms with everything else with BVS. Wonder Woman, I cannot even put into words how happy I was with Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman walking through no man's land is one of my favorite moments in a comic book movie ever.
Oh, yes.
And her interactions and seeing stuff in the new world, like a baby and stuff like that, just seeing let her be naturally known and just having Gal Gadot prove a lot of people wrong that she was not going to be good made me happy. And agreed with the third act. I thought was I like Ares as an idea that like humans are trash. Ares used that to his advantage. And then, like you said, I'm pretty sure we got the ending of Wonder Woman 84 the way we did because it was kind of making up for not letting her do what Jacob mentioned, the big way she wanted to have just a nice. I don't think Patty Jenkins likes big fights. I think she likes to have different types of superhero movies, which is why we got what we did in Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah.
But Steve, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but I really want Steve Trevor to somehow be in it because Chris Pine is just very okay with not being the center of attention, and he's just there to support. And he knocked it out of the park in both performances. And I can never not get enough of her theme, so just play that and everything. Yeah, but Suicide Squad. I'm not going to say I loved it. I will see anything. A giant principle of who I am as a person is because I grew up watching in nonstop reruns of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. So Will Smith is ingrained to the point where I will give Will Smith a chance on legitimately everything. And I was very happy when he got cast as Deadshot.
He nearly saves it. He just nearly saves it. He's like channeling the 1997 Will Smith from Independence Day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's moments where that movie has an idea of what it wants to be, but there's just parts where they're like, we need to make very different versions of these people. And I'm not going to lie, I almost threw up when I got to see the, hey guys, did you know the Joker's messed up? Or did I say damaged?
Yeah.
That is one thing that I find. I'm pretty sure David Ayer said that he regrets is the damage tattoo.
I would hope. Because I'm okay with the rest of them. Like, tattooing that he killed a Robin, I'm perfectly fine with that. But
that's amazing.
The damage thing is a touch on the nose. Everyone was
I even was okay with the J tier.
Yeah, I was too. It's a jail tattoo. I was perfectly
What about
okay
the mouth on his face? Like, I feel like
I did not mind that. I know that's stupid and people hate it. I didn't mind that.
I didn't mind
that sounds like that's something stupid I could see the Joker doing. So that's just to me. I mean, we'll get to a comment that he says. There's a comment that he says is 1,000 times more raunchier than anything he did in Suicide Squad that he says in one line in the Snyder Cut, and I loved it. But in the end, they defeated a belly dancing Cara Delevingne, and I was kind of just like,
I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw that.
Sure, it's fine. She could have casted spells in a different way, and I'd have been fine with it.
That was a dumb.
Guys, don't you know that she studied her spell techniques from Shakira?
Yeah, I was just doing.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but those hips do lie.
Shakira is the ultimate form.
Yeah, he's like
Literally.
popping like
They really
this.
did.
Like
Yeah.
I've seen parts of that. Like she's like a bobblehead.
If she had hips like Shakira, it might have changed my mind a little bit. But
Yeah.
I like Cara Delevingne as in the role though. I did like her in the role, but I think that they just misused her.
yeah, they didn't they didn't know what they wanted fully as a film, which has been a problem with Warner Brothers in these films from the start, because Warner Brothers, after they stopped doing, hey, we're going to do a trilogy of Batman movies, kind of just went, It's again, they need to have one person dedicated to doing all this. I think that would just help. They need to have, I don't know who it is, but they need to have somebody.
A guiding voice or something.
Yeah.
Or at least one
a roadmap.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Zack was, at least for the beginning.
For the time being, and then it just went in a whole different direction.
Yeah. And then Justice League, it just from the announcement of it, it upset me that the fact that we got a live action Justice League movie and no one cared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that upset me at my core. Because
that's
just
so
be like,
jarring.
you should be at least happy for this, and then it just people are like, I live in a town of 3,000 people. Normally, my theater's at least packed. I was one of like 5 people in there.
What else came out around that year?
Really? Wow.
And I was just like, I will agree that that cut is a jumbled, just absolute mess. But there is stuff from that cut that is not in Snyder's that I do miss. I'm not upset that it's gone, but one of my favorite Superman lines in a film, period, is in the original cut. And it's the moment when, and it's the old Donner style Superman that's in that movie for roughly 5 minutes, where he comes back after helping save that family. I'm not upset that they're not in that film anymore, but it's when he comes back from saving that family and they're still fighting Steppenwolf, and he just comes in and goes, "Is this guy still bothering you?" And then decks him into the ground and takes care of the problem. That's cheery. That's cheery. I hope in Justice Superman. I loved that moment, and it wasn't there, and that's fine, because there's an even more badass moment with the axe that we'll get with. So they made up for that not being
much better.
They made up for it not being there, so I'm okay. But like the freaking Deadpool-esque joke of when they get the fight and he's like, "Oh yeah, something's definitely bleeding," like stuff like that. Oh my god,
way over the top.
That was terrible. And then they're like, I didn't not miss you. I'm like, Batman is stuttering? Are you fucking kidding me? No. Yes, I agree. Gwen, 100%. I agree 100%. I was just like, no, you don't have.
I laughed at the sheer stupidity of it.
Yeah, I'm just like, don't do that.
Because
and what about Aquaman holding Wonder Woman's lasso and confessing that he's afraid of what's going to happen to them?
That
was a pure eye roll. The moment
there was, and the sad part was they didn't even edit it in a way to where you could feel like it was one person's movie. You could clearly tell, even with lighting changes, when it was Josh's stuff and when it was Zack's.
I actually air continuity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And lest we forget.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I almost think it would be better if he had the mustache.
Brunch. I thought you were about to like lean in and just be like, brunch.
Yeah, no.
You just remind me. Is there any way we can digitally alter this so you can get rid of the buzz on my cheeks here? Because I'm a little bugged. I should have shaved. I'm sorry. I'm not kidding. I should have shaved last night. I don't like it when
It's fine.
I'm going to throw this then.
It's a personal thing.
We'll CGI it over, Morgan.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did see Justice League. I did
see Harrison Ford's
Justice
lips.
League. I did watch Justice League when the premiere I saw for Wonder Woman 84, just because Wonder Woman was in it. And then, by default, I just thought it soon would be better than Zack Snyder's version, but it still left no impression on me, because I forgot to mention that when I was talking about the DCEU, is that when it was my turn, I just thought, it's just fucking garbage. It is easily one of the worst superhero movies I've ever seen. Brock, the floor is yours again.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. Like I said, I had to just watch it. Go ahead, Gwen. Did you want to say something?
Also, one small thing, just one tiny thing about the Justice League cut versus the
nice. I've never heard that till now, but I like that.
It's actually a pretty big thing in
nice.
Snyder fan circles, but or versus the new Snyder cut of it. there's that one line where where the fedora guy is just like, I don't believe it.
Yes.
And in Justice League cut, he says, in Justice League cut, she says, well, I'm a believer. And this, she says, believe it.
Yeah.
Makes so much more sense.
Line in respect to that was just him going back to his Firefly Serenity thing and just pulling that line about being a believer out of his ass and just putting it in the movie. And that's so stupid because it made no sense. What is she talking about? That really got to me this time when I rewatched it.
I have no idea. And I watched it with my youth pastor.
I'm a believer. It's like, what the fuck are you?
I haven't seen it since it's been the Blu-ray, but I remember.
I watched it for the exact purpose of like, there's a kid, it's my youth pastor's nephew who is going to school to be a film reviewer. He's in college. He's going for stuff like that. He's a very, very dedicated, smart kid. I do love him. But he is sometimes one of those really ingrained in his thoughts to where he won't let other people have like whatever. He's a great kid. He's just really stuck on a couple of films. Like, oh boy, I had a talk with him about Joker and that turned into a 5-hour escapade. But he said Justice League was like a -2 out of 10. I'm like, I would give it like a 1 or a 2. But and then like he wouldn't watch it with my youth pastor. I'm like, when we go back on my last day, we'll watch your Justice League. And there's certain parts, and there's only one that made him audibly eye roll, and it's when Cyborg says booyah.
That's another thing too. That's another thing too. In the Snyder's version, when they're at the fight scene at the end, he grabs Aquaman. He goes, my man, or something like that. In the Whedon version, he goes, right, and in the Whedon version, he goes, the ride's not over yet.
Yeah, exactly. I get that, but I get it. He had no idea. Like, he never heard of Teen Titans, so he doesn't say. I'm like, that's actually something he says from comics. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. So it didn't work. I'm like, that's kind of the problem sometimes with some of these. But Steppenwolf's old voice is just terrible. And the just leading up with the Frankensteining, how Wonder Woman was super against bringing Superman back. I was kind of like, you of all people should be a little bit indifferent and kind of siding with Bruce on some of this stuff.
That was very manufactured.
Yeah,
it's clear the stuff with Wonder Woman was
and totally
reshoot because one, the one movie did well, and two, they tried to make her more the core, and you can tell her scenes don't work because she's separate from the group whenever she's talking to Bruce about stuff.
Yeah, at heart, when you talk about the Justice League, normally it's Superman and Batman that are at the front, and normally the head of the Justice League is Superman. 9 times out of 10, it's him. But Batman is just kind of the guy that's there that at points Superman puts up with because he could be an old grouch. That's just kind of how their dynamic works. But him talking about wanting to bring it. Go ahead.
I mean, it's like Batman is there because he's the guy that will actually go against Superman's orders if anybody would. I mean, it's kind of like why Wolverine is in the X-Men. He's like the guy who will. He's the realist. The guy who will bring up the opposing point of view, just like I will very soon.
Yep, and it was all good. I was like, there's points where I was like, man, I like the overall idea of that movie. It's just that it feels like a weird mixed bag mess, and then it's fine. And then we get to, I don't remember exactly what order that came in, but like, and one thing I will say about the Snyderverse, making Aquaman just like a frat boy Hawaiian is my favorite thing that they ever did.
Yes,
yes.
It was perfect. Cast Jason Momoa. How do you want him to act? Let him be Jason Momoa.
And he actually auditioned for Batman.
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he would have.
Wow.
I support it. I support that.
I still want him to be the Crow, to be perfectly honest, but it's never going to happen.
But soaring at the visual of Jason Momoa as Batman.
You can just see the beard sticking out of the suit.
I still support it. I don't care.
He'd look more like his Baywatch days.
It would. For those who remember. But Aquaman was just great fun throughout all of it. The stuff with his dad and all that was always good. I always liked that. And going into the trench again, we talked about it when we were on the test stream, but
there's one thing we all forgot. Julie Andrews as the Kraken.
Yeah. Yes.
She sacrificed her cameo for Mary Poppins Returns just to be this giant monster.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yes, that is very true. But like, I always was like, we were talking about it on the test. We were like, James Wan is doing this. We need to see some horror show in here. And then you get to see them diving off the boat with the trench and then the red lights.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Very cool.
It's an amazing shot. And like
that was my favorite
Aquaman
thing in the movie, honestly.
has some villains that should look incredibly stupid on screen.
Oh, like Mantra?
Yeah, and they took two of them, Black Manta and Ocean Master, and made them not look incredibly stupid. I was just like, okay, Ocean Master is still a weird name because Aquaman, yes, he's the man from Aqua. What about everybody else? Why aren't they cut? Because they're not. And then Ocean Master, you're the master of the ocean. What about Aquaman? It's like, you just have to get past that base level and realize that they were very on the nose.
I am the page master now.
Because he is like a king of camp. He's able to sell it.
Yeah, he does it very well. And like their brotherhood at the end, when they're standing on the ship, he's like, why you kill her? He's like, because I kind of want to get to know my brother. I'm like, thank you. They're not just being stupid. You can actually see a relationship between them. That's the closest thing to Thor and Loki and DC are going to get. And I think they're going to kind of pull something like that. And I might like it a little bit better. But that's just me. The fights on like I thought the contrivance with the whole lining up the shit to get exactly where the trench was off of the exact angle, hoping that statue never got chipped out. That was a little whatever. Like that exact thing is done 1,000 times worse in The Rise of Skywalker, but that was fine. And like you said, they pulled off the suit. You cannot tell me that didn't look great. That should have been the stupidest thing ever. Again, if it looked stupid, I still wouldn't tell Jason Momoa to his face because he could kick my ass with his pinky. But he looked awesome. They should not have been able to pull that off. They should.
There's a reason why, because one, it's made of armor. It literally looks like something from the medieval ages. It's the same case with the live action Flintstones. How do you take Fred Flintstone's suit? The tie is made out of snakeskin. Genius idea.
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta make it look like it's something that works. And again, having Willem Dafoe as I almost said Falco. What's his name?
Volko,
thank you. Volko Dafoe. Well, man, ever since like my first time being introduced to him was Boondock Saints. And just every time I hear him in its action scene, I always hear that it's a firefight and all that. But it's just he's good in everything that he does. And they have these actors in these roles that do well, and it's going to be weird not seeing Amber Heard anymore. If that all actually happened, and also the fact that I didn't realize it in the old Justice League cut, in the old and in the Aquaman regular, she has an American accent. In the Justice League Snyder cut, she has a British accent. That took me out for a little bit, but anyway, Aquaman was great. We have an Aquaman movie that's good.
Yes.
That is insane. Yes. That is actually insane.
And it made $1 billion at the box office.
Exactly. Yeah. That should not happen.
Yeah, who would have thought that would be the DCE movie to make that much, $1 billion? Not the Batman versus Superman crossover, not the Justice League movie, but Aquaman.
Hey, I have a theory.
I predict
Sharks with laser beams. Sharks with laser beams.
Oh, you get a lot of it. And a squid playing bongos.
Yeah.
As much as John Roca really hated that. But
Did you like in the opening when Aquaman's mother kills the TV for showing Stingray?
Or when she actually swallowed a live fish.
Hey,
that
was one of the go ahead.
Everyone thought I was insane whenever the movie came out and premiered in China first, and I saw it was doing incredibly well, and I was literally one of the first people to say, this movie's going to make $1 billion. And everyone was like, are you insane? This is Aquaman. And
it's doing good. It's Jason Momoa being in that role helps a ton. And it's the fact that he just, they jumped in with just head first into what that Aquaman was going to be. And it was great. It's an Aquaman that took no crap from nobody. And it was great.
Yeah.
And yeah, everything about it was good. And I look forward to a sequel to an Aquaman movie. Statement I never thought I was going to say. But then you have Shazam, where again, I basically got adopted by a surrogate dad when I got my name legally changed recently. So I consider myself kind of be his kid now. That whole adopted, all that whole great family is awesome. I never thought in a million years that when they were looking for who was going to play Shazam, it was going to be Zachary Levi. Never at all. But he was perfect. And then Mark Strong as the villain just sold it 1,000%.
Yep.
And the fact that they're kind of acknowledging that everything else exists in there, like when they're in the store when he chucks the Batman toy at him, like just little stuff like that's great. And like you said, kids being kids, that's how it should work. They should want to do these stupid things and remember, oh wait, nope, we can't do that. And how well shot that hallway scene is with him and his mom, and you're just like, yo, his mom's a pile, like the worst, just the absolute worst.
And he gives her the compass as a pay. That's a great payoff for that.
It is a great payoff, and it lets you know
what is this, and it's just like,
do you not remember when you left me at like I was not important to you at all? And then also, I have to say, I love when films acknowledge how stupid films are in the past. The scene where Shazam and Mark Strong's character, I can't remember his name to save my life, but when they're talking to when he's having that monologue, and then and when he backs up to realize that Shazam can't hear him because he's miles away, I'm just like, thank you. Finally, some film acknowledged how dumb this is when they do this in other movies. It just drove me nuts. I'm like, yes, there's moments in that. It's my favorite thing when they realize other just stupidity happens. And then you had the whole Shazam family, and it didn't seem rushed. They had the Shazam family in the first movie. That's amazing. And nowadays, like they had Shazam at the perfect moment because you got to see him going through all the dumb kid stuff. Like the booklet of them figuring out his superpowers is amazing. Yes. I don't know who I don't know who the actor is.
Invisibility joke.
Yes, exactly. I don't know who the actor is that played his little
he sets him on fire in the box.
Yes. But the actor who plays his brother doing the checklist and stuff.
It's Jack Dylan Grazer.
Jack Dylan Grazer.
From the It films.
That dude, he was amazing. He was such a good foil for him throughout all of that. And again, Zachary Levi just knocked it out of the park. I don't know how much I would have liked Shazam without him, but he's just great. He's the perfect adult. And like you mentioned it with Big earlier, that's a pretty good example for it. And then like at the end of this movie, it's just showing that like we're going to fully invest in some of these characters that have stupid shit. There's a mind control caterpillar.
Mr. Mind.
Mr. Mind is at the end of this movie. Mm-hmm. I never thought in a million. I had to look that up. Like,
and they set it up with dignity. Like they were just like, this is going to be a great character. You're going to love him in the next movie.
Exactly. Like that was one
the
time.
The design of the 7 deadly sins. That's great too. You can see those actual sins.
Yes. Like I had to do homework for that. I was like, who is this? I'm like, okay, they're doing this. I'm excited. That's good. And
that was
then
a very Grant Morrison touch.
By that point, I thought it was like a trailer for Doom Patrol.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That is something on that level. And then we got, again, I'm not doing them exact order, the Harley Quinn and Birds of Prey and the not necessarily a long title.
Birds of Prey and the Emancipation
of One Harley Quinn.
Okay, thank you.
One Harley.
That moment had a couple of scenes in it that just one thing I appreciated about that film is how realistic some of the violence was. Like the first moment that I got like that they were going to do some real shit in there is the moment. I don't remember which one came first. The moment where the guy has his legs stretched across the table and Harley Quinn double stomps him and breaks his legs backwards. Like, okay. Or when they're in the evidence lockup and they're fighting next to that Suburban and the guy gets his arm stuck with the elbow up inside the thing and she double cracks his elbow clean through.
Oh my.
Ouch.
I had to stop watching for a little bit because it was like bone breaking is not a good thing with me, and that felt real. And then again, Ewan McGregor as a clean freak Black Mask. It reminded me of the Red Hood animated film, just like weirdo Black Mask.
Yes.
And that was a really good intro. Like the people that they picked, the characters of the Birds of Prey were good. Renee Montoya was amazing. One thing that I will say though, and oh boy, did me and Mike get into this. There is no fucking possible reason why that Chinese girl had to be Cassandra Cain.
Yep.
Agreed. I believe she's Filipino, actually.
Or Filipino? I apologize. I incredibly apologize. I was insensitive to me.
I believe
But she could have just been random character. Why did she never fought anyone? She was just Harley Quinn's friend. Why is that Cassandra Cain?
Why is that Cassandra Cain?
I'm not even mad that she's not the badass from comics. That's just me generally going, why did you even pull that name out of your ass?
It could have been anybody else.
Exactly. Like, for name recognition, I get it, but no one, like even some comic fans weren't going to know who that was.
Like, there's no ties to that
character
at all.
Ella plays the girl. She is Filipino and Korean ancestry.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I apologize for my mistake. But
that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, but there was no ties. Her and Harley were awesome together. I won't say she did a bad job, but there was no point.
They were.
There was no point. Like, you let Harley have her hyenas in this movie. Thank you so much.
I named one of them Bruce.
Yes, he named it Bruce. And also the fact that within people were like, hey, I don't think a lot of people like Suicide Squad, and they really didn't like that version of Joker. What should we do in the beginning of Harley Quinn? Let's blow him up. So
he didn't die. She just blew up his factory.
Just blew up the Ace Chemicals plant.
Oh, I thought he was in there.
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
they show the animation where they break up, and then like she destroys the factory as a sign that we're through.
Oh, yeah. And I misinterpreted that completely.
Yeah,
I did too. I did too, Brock. I did too.
All right, but yeah,
I thought this was gonna happen in the trailer, but I'm like, oh, he just blows up the factory.
Yeah, and before we get away from it, I think I almost completely lost the ability to breathe from laughing so hard when Harley Quinn gets like partially tranquilized and she's sitting next to that guy, just trying her hardest to stab him on the couch, but she can't move anything but her arm. Oh my God. I was dying in the theater. I was just like, that is just, oh my God, because that's something she would do. It was a great character moment. But then again, Black Mass has like, he sells a lot of that movie and then he just explodes into mush at the end. And I didn't see that. It was a very real movie. I appreciated it. And again, kind of like the DC version of Snatch, in my opinion, for some parts, because they have kind of what, it's fine. It's whatever. And then Wonder Woman 84. Me and Mike have talked about this. I like that movie. I like the way that it was executed. I legit saw the trailer one time, then I was like, okay, I'm just going to see Wonder Woman. It's one of those times where I'm like, I don't watch trailers for whatever. Forgot Pedro Pascal was even in the movie when it started, and he was in there. I'm like, oh, that's right, cool. I'm going to like this because Pedro is awesome. The training sequence in the beginning is just awesome. I want them to see more of that because, again, you have these cool lands that you don't have. I'm not saying Marvel's bad, but you don't have some of these kind of landscapes in Marvel that they set up with some of the mythology based in DC. You don't get to see them, like Atlantis, Themyscira. There's some cool stuff that they have that they can really get into in there. And the training sequences were great. And then most of the movie, you get to see Steve being in there. You got to see Steve piloting the fucking invisible jet in a Wonder Woman movie. There's no reason. There's no reason, but they pulled it off. Because, it was awesome. I do think it was a little weird that they broke into the Smithsonian and stole a jet. I was kind of like, maybe it could have just stole some from Wayne Tech, but it's whatever. It led to a great moment. And again, Pedro Pascal was awesome, as he is. I thought Kirsten Wiig was great. She needs to do more films where she's an asshole, because she's really good at not being a stereotypical geek all the time. Mm-hmm. But that goes into mainly the two main issues I have with that film. I am one of those people that was really bugged by the whole Chris Pine thing. And why? Because if you make him just be Chris Pine, that movie doesn't change.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Not a damn thing about that entire film changes.
Yeah.
No.
There was no plot device that needed her to be in someone else's body. That was just, me and Mike talked about it. We racked our brains. We couldn't come up with anything. And it just, all it did was raise people to be uncomfortable. And maybe it's a throwback got that.
Maybe it's a throwback to Mannequin.
I think what I was trying to say was that Steve, he liked being in that guy's body, and he kind of he kind of got something that he wanted, but he didn't actually earn, like Diana did in a way. So maybe that's what they were trying to go with it. But yeah, I've been trying to I'm honestly kind of tired of doing backflips to justify that.
And also, Mike brought up something in the review that we did. Diana's wish is the only one that gets stupidly modified like that.
Yeah.
It's the only one.
Yep.
They just get what they want. She gets it in another person's body.
Yeah.
And again, we're going to go off of that. I don't want to complain about it too much. That was just the thing. The other one is there's one moment in that film where I'm supposed to feel sympathetic for a badgering, molestive asshole.
This is another thing that we talked about.
There's a point where you're like, okay, cool. She's got her powers. She could stick up for herself. Oh no, she's gone bad and she's gonna beat up an innocent civilian. Hey guys, who should we have her beat up? The asshole that tried to rape her in the beginning of the film. You guys are gonna feel real bad for him, huh? No, I was very
zero problem with her.
That's not exactly the point of that scene, but I can
in
see how
my head that's what I took. That's how I took it because how they have the music and all that, and then the homeless guy crops up and he's like, why are you doing this? I was kind of like, are you framing that I'm supposed to feel bad for that dude that she did this? Because I'm like, if you wanted to do something, I'm not saying she should have killed him. In my opinion, you should have just let that guy go, and she should have did something, not hurt him, but do something very just
embarrassing,
asshole-ish to the homeless guy.
Humiliating,
yeah.
In my opinion. I get people have told me that I've interpreted that scene wrong.
The humanity.
But yeah, that just
like to show how
it gets interpreted that way. It's not how
humanity is leaving her. Like
yeah. And it's fine. People interpret stuff different ways. I took it one way, people took another. It's fine. It's just that, again, it was one of the things where you could have just took a little bit of part of it and made it whatever. And I liked the ending. The ending was great. Pedro Pascal and his son, again, mentioned it a couple of hundred times. It really touched me. And Pedro Pascal just going insane with getting everything that he wanted was fine. And I will be one of those people that I did not hate how Cheetah looked. I hated how her face looked. That was the only thing. They kind of went for a weird hybrid. And I thought it was different.
It was an interesting design. I just was put off by the fact it was CGI, but in this day and age, it's obvious that that's going to be the more route they're going to take with these kind of things.
And and the only other part with it is I hated that fight was roughly 2.5 minutes long.
And she gets electrocuted. What the hell?
Yeah.
And survives.
I mean,
yeah.
Well,
8 lives.
If hashtag Restore the Snyderverse happens, she'll probably be in the Legion of Doom. So
probably.
Oh yeah.
Probably. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Give her a better suit.
We'll get into that too because that got changed in a weird way. We'll get into that too. But it was cool. And at the end, you set up that you're gonna get fucking Linda Carter.
If we ever get to see Kristen Wiig interact with Jesse Eisenberg, oh my god! That would be amazing.
Takes out a pair of clippers. Okay, I need a new wig, kitty.
Yeah, it could be cool. That's. I have like a lot of those movies are better for me when I've seen them looking back at them. Like Suicide Squad, not as much. I did like the moments with the characters again. It's just that they could have had them interact better to try and pull off the stuff to make them think like they're a family, like with Diablo's sacrifice and stuff like that. I just didn't feel it as much because it wasn't as better built. But again, I don't think they had a fucking clue what they were doing with that film. It's just a lot of, we need to get a guy that is allowed to come up with a plan and execute it. I've said it for whatever. They need a Kevin. That's all they need. And they got Suzuhara and it didn't work. They need just a Kevin as a descriptor. You don't need to go get an exact old Kevin.
A Kevin? I thought we needed another Timmy.
No. We're good. But yeah, that's me. That's what I had. I'm a guy that just wants to have a good, partially connected DC universe. It's me screaming from the bottom of my little kid heart, watching the Justice League cartoons, watching up, that I just want to see that on screen. So that's just me.
All right. Keona, do you want to go next?
Sure. Before we move on. Oh, yeah. What's that? Somebody.
I just wanted to say real quick because I just noticed that we got some comments.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I was going to say we should pull those
Josh
up actually.
I just barely read them right now.
Brock, can you pull those up?
Absolutely, I can. And that was one thing. I'm not sure how we're going to interject these. So if you comment, we will get them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man of Steel taught me that Superman would make a horrible chiropractor. And hot take, I didn't like any Wonder Woman film until I saw her in the Snyder Cut. The original film did nothing for me. To each their own.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with the first, opinion, and I disagree with the second. But Josh, Greg, thank you for bringing in that those comments there.
Yes.
But yes, I agree with the first one.
He went on to say that Pedro Pascal was the only. That was from the Wild.
Yeah.
Oh, the only good part. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, not.
I mean,
well, Pedro Pascal.
I understand. Like not. Yeah, I understand. Like not liking like Wonder Woman on her own in a film. For me, what sets Wonder Woman apart from any other superhero is probably like just her simple empathy, like her universal empathy. She's really the mother of all superheroes, I think. And that's something I want to get into when we get to the Snyder Cut, and how that can turn some heads.
Yeah. And
I also understand why people like the first one way more than the second one.
Oh, I totally understand that.
I'll say this also as a quick interject. I'll say this as a quick interject before we continue on with the recap of the DCEU. But I just want to say like this quick piece because I don't remember if I ever got to say anything on the podcast about Wonder Woman 84. But I'm going to say a hot take. I think the beauty of Wonder Woman 84 taking place in the 80s is that it doesn't bathe itself in 80s pastiche, but rather
I agree. It's sprinkled. It's lightly sprinkled.
And things that
actually kind of a criticism
were very prevalent.
Yeah, I'd agree.
In a modern lens are a lot more dated, and the film just kind of confronts that, like the Reaganomics kind of stuff with Max Lord, and with kind of the way that they treated women back then, and just that kind of even down to Steve in the body. That's something that would never be questioned in the 80s with the movies coming out back then. But of course now it's way more questionable, and I think that's the beauty of Patty Jenkins tackling Wonder Woman 84 and setting it in the 80s, because a lot of people say why did they say it has no reason to? It's like, no, it's all right there.
You see, this is why I love Josh.
Like,
yeah, I've really missed this, Josh. I gotta say, I really have.
There we go.
It just hasn't been the same without George just going on and on like this.
You guys are making my heart grow 3 times today.
Oh. There we go. Awesome. All right.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right,
Okay.
Keona, hit it.
I'm gonna make this really short because you guys are gonna hate me for my opinions, but
fire
we
away.
don't hate anybody for their opinions
don't say
here.
that.
We don't do that. We're not other sites that shall not be named.
Right.
So we are, So basically, when it comes to Man of Steel, okay, this is my opinion. When I first saw it, I hated it. Absolutely did not like it. Did not like the take on Superman. Did not understand the take on Superman. Did not like Pa Kent. Did not like what he said to him. Did not like any of that stuff. But since then, I think my viewpoint has kind of softened on the film. There are still days where I can watch that movie. It's so weird because it's dependent on my mood. And this, Snyder's films in general are dependent on my mood, whether or not I enjoy them. So it's very strange. But for Man of Steel, there are still days where if I'm in a rotten mood, I will not stand for it. But if I'm in a decent mood, or if I've seen his movies, like I watched all of his movies going in, just like Jacob did. And I liked it this time. Like I love the opening the opening 20 minutes are just super cool, like on Krypton and everything. I like his vision of Krypton.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I like the fact that Jor-El fought for his family, and I like the fact that Zod and Jor-El sort of had they hint at the brotherhood that they may have had at some point. I like crazy alien world design, so I kind of dug that whole aspect of it. Not crazy about Amy Adams as Lois, but that's just me personally. I think they could have gone with somebody else.
She was okay.
She's okay though. I mean, she kind of grows on you after a while, but not the
No
traditional
Margot
version
Kidder.
of Lois. So, maybe they're just it's a very softer version of Lois, which is fine. Not really my ideal take on the character, but that's fine.
Yeah,
anyway, I mean, she has her moments though in BVS.
Record, though, my God, like she just down that.
This is true.
Yeah.
And I liked her in the beginning of BVS. In BVS, in the opening part where she meets with Jimmy fucking Olsen, which we will talk about. When she meets with Jimmy Olsen of all people, and then just kind of, she gives him the what for. It's a good scene. So I did enjoy that part. I'm not a lady, I'm a journalist. That's one of I like that line personally. Yeah, I thought it was fun. I think that Man of Steel overall for me, it's kind of it's like a B+ movie for me. Not I have issues with it, but overall I liked it. And I would recommend it to people, definitely. It's a different take on Superman, but I think Henry Cavill is perfect as Superman. And I wish we had gotten to see more of his Clark, because that last second where he's Clark is brilliance.
Perfection.
I love him as Clark Kent, and I love him as Superman as well. And it saddens me that we're not going to get more Henry Cavill Superman, because wasted potential. We should. Hopefully if we ever get a continuation of Snyder's universe, then we will. Moving on to BVS, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I've always liked this movie. Always. It's a strange thing where, I know a lot of people did not like it. For me, I was in a very dark place when I saw that movie. And so Batman up on screen, that was I relate to you, that kind of darkness and rage. I was that was what I was kind of feeling in my life at the time. And just emotionally and mentally just being stuck, and I felt that, sort of reflected in Bruce's character.
That was my reaction when I saw Watchmen.
Yeah. So I think that and I think that theme that I think it was Hulkenborg, it was Junkie XL who came up with the Batman theme in that movie.
That was
him.
I
remember.
Bomb.
But the thing is that to me is just that rising rage. That's what that represents. And I think that was.
It's Junkie XL and Zimmer.
Yeah. Right. But the Batman theme in that was just, I always do enjoy it. I think that movie was just high opera. It was just melodrama. It was to me, it was a superhero opera. And that's why you get that. That's why you get that music when Lex Luthor goes to steal Zod's body. You get that crazy music because it's an opera, for God's sake.
Lex's theme is one of my favorite tracks off the BVS soundtrack.
It's just, I mean, that whole movie, even though it has strange elements to it and kind of weird, off-putting dialogue at times, not as off-putting as the 2017 Justice League, but it has a few moments in there where the dialogue is maybe a little bit weird, which is fine. I don't mind stylized dialogue. I'm okay with it. So, like you guys said, the Doomsday stuff, maybe a little bit unnecessary. However, who else are you going to have him fight? I mean, unless they bring Mongol in. Brainiac, that would have been interesting.
That would have been a great idea.
I would have saved him for a proper
movie. Yeah.
Hey, you're looking at him.
But for a disposable, huge villain that all the heroes have to team up to fight, I think Doomsday was okay.
I mean, what else could you do? Bizarro?
I mean, it was kind of a mix of Bizarro and Doomsday.
Can you imagine Henry Cavill as Bizarro?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. That'd be so
and he has the same design as the first nuclear man that got cut in Superman 4.
No. Sure. Oh, anyway, that would have been too comedic. But, I mean, BVS for me, even the Ultimate Cut, I really like it. I like the Ultimate Cut because it has the more Clark Kent.
It's paced more.
Yes. And Perry White, Lawrence Fishburne as Perry White is glorious.
I thought it was great.
Glorious.
Yeah.
It's
love his
cynicism with it.
He's like, when he like gets invited to like the library thing, and he goes, maybe it's some old charity crow who has a thing for nerds. I was just like, you are so mean, and I love you.
Yeah.
That is just one of the funniest things, and like that just Lawrence Fishburne, just by nature being in a movie, makes a movie like 1,000 times better, in my opinion. So it's like, when he has that whole diatribe of like, what does he say? Like, apples don't cost a nickel, and then he goes, "You drop this thing." Like, Lawrence Fishburne is awesome.
Nobody cares about Clark Kent taking on the Batman.
Yeah, and what was that one line? What was it?
Crime in Gotham City.
You could if it was 1938, but it's not 1938. That's actually
that's what it is. Yes, exactly.
Yep. That was it.
Yeah, man.
And a reference to 1938, which is the year that Superman came out.
Yep, that is true.
First appeared. So, I think that was good. Also, the Ultimate Cut has Jenna Malone, who is another person who makes a movie like 1,000 times better.
I wanted there to be her version of can't think of her name from Batman Returns.
From Dark Knight Returns.
You're
talking about Carrie Kelly.
Oh, Carrie Kelly. Thank you. That's who I wanted her to be.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. Yeah. Also, speaking of really cool Batman moments, like the series, Zack Snyder, if anybody could make a Batman movie, I think Zack Snyder should be the one. Because, or Ben Affleck, frankly. But like, he could make a really good Batman flick. Because, like, if you look at that whole segment where, with the cops and everything, where they're watching the football game, and then they go into that, they move into that like tenement house or whatever it is, where the girls are trapped, and the cop tries to release them, and then they shut the door. They shut the door because they're just like, they're so scared of Batman.
They're more scared of him than they are of the man who's keeping them hostage.
Yeah,
as it should be.
They're like, well, we'll stay in this cage. Thank you.
That moment, really
as it should be, because Batman is scary as fuck, and that's how he's supposed to be portrayed. But like
that moment is really cool, except for just everything building up to it, except for the reveal that Bruce.
You didn't like the reveal?
Oh, I love that.
I love that.
I love
that's
that.
straight out of the comics. That's why.
Yeah, the way the camera moves, the scene up there.
He had a couple of scenes
straight out of a horror movie. Like it was.
Yeah. He had a couple of scenes that was straight out of Dark Knight Returns,
wasn't it? It was a cross. That's what.
Yeah. Forgot to mention straight out of the comics, they got the cover shot in BVS. I still that blows my mind they got that in there. That was so cool.
They got that in there. Also, the scene after the big warehouse fight, which was like the Arkham games come to life.
Yes.
And like that scene where he's facing down Knaizev, who is the KG Beast, by the way.
Yep.
And like, so he's facing down Knaizev, who's got the flamethrower aimed at Martha, and he goes, that whole sequence of like, I'll kill her, believe me, man, I'll do it. And then he goes, I believe you. That's straight out of Dark Knight Returns.
That's great.
Straight out of Dark Knight Returns.
Yep.
Here's one thing I'll say that I don't know if people are going to agree with me or what, but or say that I'm totally wrong. I don't know. Anyway, here it goes. Zack Snyder learned all of the right lessons from Frank Miller.
Yes.
And took very little of the bad ones.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
I agree with that, actually.
He did. I wish they would have got this is an operating table and I'm the surgeon. I wish they would have got something like that in there. But yes, he got a lot of the credit.
He's even got the tank in his version of Justice League. He's got the tank Batmobile from Dark Knight Returns. But what you said is true. I do wish that there was a moment where old Bruce has a mustache and then shaves it off in his sleep and doesn't realize it, and then Alfred comes up to him and says, "Master Bruce, you've shaved your mustache."
Also,
Jeremy
Irons is great.
That would have been freaking hilarious.
Jeremy Irons. I was literally just going to mention that Jeremy Irons is Alfred.
Alfred, what's going on in the city? How do I describe? Comedic irony in his voice right there. I love it.
The monologue about good men turning cruel is amazing.
To die young.
So calls the House of Wayne.
You're finally too old to die young, not for lack of trying.
Oh, I love the "So Falls the House of Wayne" moment.
That's in the extended version. Only the extended version.
That's so freaking Greek mythology, man. He's the chorus talking to the audience. I love it so much.
I hope the next generation of Waynes won't inherit an empty wine cellar.
Not that there would be a next generation.
I think that's actually a line from Dark Knight Returns. That
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, moving on. So and then Wonder Woman just coming in and just suddenly showing up the boys. I just love that moment too, where she just she comes in there. To me, the thing that I saw when I first saw this movie, when she comes in, is just like Batman and Superman doing a dick measuring contest, and then Wonder Woman just comes in and just slaps them both across the face, and she's like, "Shut the fuck up, you guys!"
Not
serious.
It's an awesome way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's entirely how I saw it. But anyway, so moving on from that movie, which I do love.
Before we get too far, no one mention the fact that she looks mildly turned on when she found out something that actually might hurt her in a fight? That one hit.
I noticed
the smile. The little smile.
Yeah.
To me, that was just like, oh, I'm finally in a scrap. She loved it.
Yeah.
She's a scrappy warrior princess, which is exactly what Wonder Woman should be.
Yeah.
And Zack captured it. Captured it on film. Snyder captured it. But, going on to the Suicide Squad, which I know you guys are going to hate me for this, but I actually kind of like that movie, even though it's a mess. It's a mess.
We talked about this way back in the old days.
Yeah, so it's a horrible mess. It really is. It was edited by a trailer company, which, why did you do it? Why?
Why it was?
I do like the little character intros with all the text on screen and stuff. I did like that. I don't mind them doing that stuff, but it's clearly a mess. I like Leto's Joker. I really do. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. I'm okay with him.
It came and went. That's all I can say about
Hunka.
Yes.
I'm not really a Jared Leto fan, but
I can't wait to show you my voice.
His Joker's good.
I thought he was fun. He's he's a gangster Joker. Come on, guys. I mean, seriously. I thought he was more fun than the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, but that's just me.
I've got my own piece about Jared Leto's Joker.
Now wait a minute. You're comparing apples to oranges here.
Exactly. I know, but still, I mean, if people are gonna say oh, that was a great Joker movie, I think Jared Leto could have pulled off a good Joker movie. Quite frankly, I think he could have. It just depends on what you do.
I can totally see Jared Leto selling the line. They think that we're gonna sit like good little boys, that we won't werewolf and go crazy.
Considering the direction they take Jared Leto's character in Suicide Squad, I can see that line working with him.
What was the guy that made I think Bobby Burns said something about this on his channel back whenever Suicide Squad came out. I think who's the guy that made Nightcrawler and Velvet Buzzsaw? Is it Dan Gilroy?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Bobby Burns said that.
Yes.
Like a Jared Leto.
Dan Gilroy.
Joker movie.
Love Nightcrawler. Love it.
I would have loved to see Dan Gilroy.
I'll even go to bat for Velvet Buzzsaw. Actually.
I think that if he had been the actual villain, if he had been the actual villain of Suicide Squad, I think it would have been a far better film than it was.
Oh yeah,
agreed.
Far better than.
I mean, that's low. Dancer. That's a low bar to cross. But I mean, still, it would have been a lot better, I think. And
the enchanted belly dancer with cow pie enemy crony things. Literally they have cow shit on their face. That's what they are
pieces of broccoli with cow shit on their face. That's basically what they were. But I mean, it was such a weird direction to go in, frankly. It really was. But there are moments in that film, and I like seeing all the characters. See, I'm a big character, guy. So when I see characters like Killer Croc, and I see Deadshot and Harley Quinn for the first time in live action, I mean that's just, it's cool. It's fun. It's fun. The bar scene was fun. I would go to that bar. I would drink with those people.
Actually made people.
Then they would kill me, but that's okay.
Courtney.
It's true. When Jai Courtney gets to speak in his native tongue, he's a much better actor.
He's one of the best parts of that movie. That is very true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kristal thinks I'm absolutely nuts for loving Captain Boomerang.
He's great.
Come on.
It's funny that he's the one person who gets kind of a little. He gets kind of a reference in Birds of Prey. He's like the one guy. And he's going to be in Suicide Squad too, the James Gunn one. So that's going to be cool.
I still am convinced that he's going to be one of the first ones to go in James Gunn's movie.
I think so too. Yeah, it's
everybody loves him.
I don't want that to happen. But yeah, probably.
I think his character just suffered because of the movie that he was in.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
100%.
I'll say the quick aside, just real quick, because I want you guys to keep it in mind when we talk about him later on in the Snyder Cut. But whenever I see Jared Leto as the Joker, he has been completely ruined for me. Because I remember watching Quentin Reviews' video on Suicide Squad, and he had this running joke where he was making fun of Jared Leto's Joker, like how ridiculously over the top he was at trying to sell Die Heath Ledger. Like one of them was like he's in a job interview, and he's like, so Mr. Joseph Kerr, what are your qualifications? He's like, I have no qualifications, I'm an idea. And one of my favorite bits, he's mentioning, he's like, imagine Harley Quinn, like one of the therapy sessions with Harley Quinn, and she's like, so Mr. J, if you were a musical instrument, what would you be? Cymbal.
That's fitting. That's really fitting.
Has ruined him for me in a funny way, and watching him in the Snyder Cut,
wow,
just the little scenes that he has. I loved him in the Snyder Cut, but I just couldn't get it out of my mind that I'd like to imagine this version of Batman just being stuck in that Mad Max hellscape, just having to deal with symbol.
If you're the symbol, not the base.
That's that just adds to why Batman just wants to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
make no mistake, I will fucking kill you.
especially knowing that Jared Leto was the guy that went to Zack Snyder and said, it would be funny if we put in the trailer, we live in a society. That Jared Leto was the one that came up with that.
Honestly,
I think
I don't really like Jared Leto as a person, but oh my god, like
Jared Leto was honestly the one that came up with the idea of like
mentally
he's
right there
crown of
alongside
thorns.
Joker. Like he knows the character.
I'm sorry for that divergent, but
it's fine.
Right. Going on. Keona, go ahead. Keona? We can't hear you, bud.
Oh, I loved it. Sorry. I loved Wonder Woman, the first one. I thought it was very, very good. So, yeah, I'll just say that that's my easiest review out of any of them. Is that it was good, great. Even I think I love the score in that too. Like I love the way that they utilized her theme. Yeah, it was just very well done, and it made the second movie more disappointing to me in retro, just watching it, because I love the first movie so much. But however, moving on, Justice League 2017. Okay, I do not hate this movie like a lot of people do. I don't. But I will say that there were some very groan-inducing one-liners, very like you guys are saying, eye-rolling one-liners, just cause an eye roll. I miss some of the banter between the group, because I like Whedon's dialogue for the most part. I'm not as huge a Whedon fan as I once was, because he's had a significant fall from grace in everyone's eyes.
Things happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think rightly so. Yeah, I will not support him from here on out for sure. But I think that there were a few lines that I missed that I thought were genuinely funny. However, if they had released the Snyder Cut in 2017 and I didn't know that those lines existed, I would not miss them. So,
like, what's your superpower? I'm rich.
Yes.
But that was in the Snyder Cut.
That was in the Snyder Cut, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's
a great line. It's a great line.
The one that, I do actually kind of enjoy from, and I hate to say this, I hate admitting I enjoy things from that movie.
It's okay.
But
all right. It's
okay.
We're all friends.
It's a safe space.
It's the scene with him and Flash where he's just like, all you have to do is save one person, then you'll know.
That was a genuinely great scene.
That was a genuinely good line.
That is something Batman would say in the right situation. So it does suck.
I do hate the fact that Flash was played off as such a we've seen the Flash do things in BVS. Like, we've seen him in the footage, and we saw him in Suicide Squad, take care of Captain Boomerang. He is not a green, rookie superhero, young, I don't know how the world is kind of guy. He knows how it is.
Yeah, he's not a shut-in.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. It to me, it was just
weird.
Yeah, that was unnecessary. I think that one of the lines that I liked in the Whedon cut was "Look at you go" at the very end with the Flash and his father. I did like that line. There are a few things, but overall, I will say that it's a movie that very clearly suffered because the editing was just kind of atrocious. Steppenwolf was not a good villain at all. The redesign, the way they designed him sucked in the 2017 version. It was horrible.
Yeah, it was like right out of Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, it was awful. I think that I
think we can all.
I just will say that the 2017 film. Why did all this stuff even happen? Why did they not just release what Snyder had shot? Because a lot of the things that we liked about the 2017 film are actually Snyder's.
Yeah.
And not Whedon's. A lot of the things that I disliked about the 2017 version is Whedon's.
What did you think about the whole idea of the parademons having a sense of fear?
Yeah, I did not like that. I thought that was stupid. And the fact that they just kind of appeared all of a sudden, in the first moments of the movie, they just appear on Earth. What the hell is that about?
That was a reshoot.
That's so stupid. Yeah. That whole thing with the robber guy on the roof.
Oh yeah, and Wayne talks to Alfred right when the guy's behind him. You know he's going to listen in.
Yeah.
Well, that's something that some of the DC movies have an issue with. Totally, period. They say their normal names out loud. A lot.
Yeah. How about when Batman v Superman? I had a problem with this when I first saw it. When Lois and Superman were right out of the taxi that she was about to hop in, and she calls him Clark right when the driver's right next to her.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of but it's it also in both versions of the Justice League, they're openly Aquaman is just talking about him being Batman to a village of 30 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Anyway,
unless they don't understand English, which is a hopeful question.
I guess
because they speak Scandinavian, Swedish, Icelandic kind of language, so that could be possibly why he's able to say that or get away with it.
Okay, so moving on from Justice League, let's move on here. Aquaman, for me, I thought it was the stupidest movie I've ever seen in my life. I really thought it was dumb.
Party pooper.
That's kind of the point of it.
You're not wrong.
I know that's kind of the point of it, and you can call me a party pooper all you want. I don't give a shit. This is it's Power Rangers, but it's underwater and it's stupid and it's Dayglow, and I don't know that I like it, but I will give it another shot. I haven't rewatched it in a while, so I'll give it another shot.
Do you need a friend to join you?
No.
Oh, you're no fun anymore.
Okay.
I will say one bad thing that came out of Aquaman that I absolutely love is just that line.
Are you saying they executed her? Because she had meat.
That delivery is the best. Absolutely the best. I love it.
And also Willem Dafoe with a top knot.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you mean it could just use water? Or I could just peed on it?
Shazam was just all right.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's a good Christmas movie. All right for me. Shazam was all right. I don't love it and I don't hate it. It was just all right.
Okay.
Wonder Woman 84, I guess, is the last one, right? Did I miss anything?
Birds of Prey.
Birds of Prey is good. I think it's good to great. There are moments where I really, really enjoy it, and there are moments where I'm kind of like, mainly the Cassandra Cain stuff I didn't like. I love Ewan McGregor as Black Mask. I thought he was very good. Just keep this short. We'll just move on from that. Margot Robbie is, of course, perfection. And let no one else should ever play Harley Quinn, in my opinion. Just make it Margot Robbie the whole time.
Not for the next 10 years, no.
Not for the next 10 years, at the very least. At the very least. For Wonder Woman 84, I have a complicated relationship with it. I think that there are some things about it that I really, really dislike, and there are some things that I'm okay with. Like you guys said, the whole thing about Steve Trevor coming back in somebody else's body. I'm not a big fan of that. Just because it's like, and then she they kind of like move towards each other towards the end. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, not a big fan. Anyway, apart from that, it's an okay film. It's like, I'd say it's in the lower tier of DCEU movies for me, especially compared to the first one. I think I prefer her more as a, like, I don't know. She was just way more interesting in the first one. So, yeah. Okay, that's about it. That's all I got.
That's fair.
All right. I'll make mine quick because a lot of the points that I have pretty much already been said. So starting with Man of Steel, I saw this movie opening night. Before this, I was like I really got into like catching up on all the essential Superman comics. At that time, I was reading All-Star Superman, Last Son of Krypton, and I just finished watching all 10 seasons of Smallville. So I was really, really excited for this movie. The first time I saw it, I really didn't like it. And it took me a couple of tries to get to the point of loving it, which is where I'm at now. Some of the stuff I really love are the opening sequence on Krypton. I love the dynamic between Jor-El and Zod. I kind of wish we got like a prequel film, sort of like the Star Wars novel Catalyst. I think something like that would have been really cool. Even just exploring the politics of Krypton during its last couple years. I think some of that stuff would be really cool. But more towards the Superman stuff, I really love the relationship that he develops with his parents. The two scenes that absolutely get me every time are the spaceship scene where he says, Can I just keep pretending I'm your son? You are my son.
Yeah.
That line gets me every time.
Yes, absolutely.
The scene in the school where he's kind of learning to hone in his powers. The world's too big, then make it small.
Yes.
And one more scene I should mention is First Flight.
Yeah.
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 And it was like a close up, and he's like he actually enjoys it. That shows that he's not just Superman isn't as gloomy as people make him out to be. He really isn't.
Yeah, and on that note, Superman smiles a lot in the movie, and he's also been helping people pretty much his entire life. Like, you see him helping, like saving those people on the barge.
Yep.
You see him standing up for that asshole in the bar.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one of the funniest scenes is, like the camera cuts away from the bar and you see the guy's truck just in shambles.
Yeah.
Impaled on a power pole.
I remember that getting like one of the biggest laughs in the theater.
One of them, like I remember when I saw it, like someone in the audience clapped.
Yep, because he had it coming.
Yeah.
The
But I mean,
movie's
at
not...
the same time, he did steal clothes from a family,
Yeah. Yeah.
which didn't really make sense.
I acknowledge the film is not perfect, and a lot of my issues with it are rooted in David Goyer's script. I don't mind how Jonathan Kent passed away. I just wish it was executed better. I think that scene was just a little bit sloppy, and I'll concede to some point, to some extent, that the battle in Metropolis kind of drags a little long. I really though enjoyed the fight in Smallville, and when Feora and Zod attack his mother, that's when you get to see the gloves come off.
Mm-hmm.
You think you can threaten my mother?
Yeah.
One quick thing. Good. I'm just going to throw a little bit of shade here. Man of Steel, I feel, is David S. Goyer's best script.
Better than Batman Begins.
Better than Blade 2?
I have many problems with the Batman Begins script.
Fair enough. It's been a while since I've watched the whole Dark Knight trilogy, so I might need to revisit that one day. But
Jenny has totally ruined that script for me.
I forgot he did Dark City.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of Charles Band movies. Explains a lot.
But
he did Arcade with Seth Green.
He wrote the cinematic masterpiece Blade Trinity. You gotta give him credit for that, though.
That movie.
Whoa.
I'll say this about Blade Trinity: that movie is the reason we have Deadpool.
Yeah,
that is true. Yeah, you're not far.
Yeah. But back to Man of Steel. While it does have its issues, I think it's probably one of it's the best. It's one of the best ways to tell a contemporary Superman story. No, I think this does the best job.
I can see that.
It does the best job of telling like a modern Superman story for people who complain that he's unrelatable.
Yeah, these two a bunch of a Boy Scout.
Moving on to Batman v Superman. I liked the theatrical cut like just enough when I saw it in theaters. But after watching the Ultimate Edition like several times during like when it came out on home video, I have come to the conclusion that at the time I consider this one of Zack Snyder's like best films next to Watchmen. I think it's a great Batman film, not directed by Christopher Nolan. And an epiphany that I came to recently is that kind of like what Jacob said, that it's a superhero, an operatic superhero film, and we will probably say the same thing about Snyder's Justice League.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But the epiphany that I came to about this film is that it's a movie that works better when you take into account that the main antagonist is emotions, not
it's trauma.
Trauma. Whether that be whether that be trauma from, a death in the family, trauma from abuse, because clearly Lex Luthor had a very abusive childhood.
No one's ever stopped my father's fist from abomination.
There's also a lot of emotional manipulation, sort of weaponizing that trauma. Seeing like Bruce Wayne witnessing the chaos going around in Metropolis the day of the attacks. That's when he gets like he goes into rage mode, stopping at nothing to stop Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of wondering, like, exactly how long it's been since Robin died, because we all know that a Batman without Robin is completely unhinged.
Mm-hmm. He needs him.
I'm going to take a guess, because there was 18 months in between the events of Man of Steel and most of what happens in BVS. So I'm going to take a gander that what happened probably happened in that 18-month period. Probably.
I would have guessed it was. I would have guessed it happened before the events of Man of Steel.
I think it's part of the reason why he stopped being Batman, in my opinion.
Yeah, you mean you think it has some connections?
Batman, though, has that been confirmed?
You think it has some connections?
Well, he kind of disappeared, and then he started popping up again when. That's what I took as it. I could be completely wrong, but that's how I took it.
You think it has some connections to the Death in the Family storyline from 1988?
I think there's an allusion to it.
Yes.
But
yes, there is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly Jason Todd.
It is Jason.
Yeah, I don't think
Zack said at one point that it was going to be Dick.
I don't think they're going to kill Dick Grayson.
That's what I thought. That's what Zack said, though.
Yeah, Zack Snyder said.
Zack said that, but
yeah,
because it's not made clear in the text of the film, you can interpret it however you want.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's they would have killed Dick Grayson off.
It could just be just Robin. I don't see what's wrong with it just being Robin that the Joker
killed. It makes
killed.
sense because Dick Grayson is the first Robin, and if you kill off the first Robin, Batman is going to have an even harder time letting anyone in after that.
But and the Snyder Cut, Joker, he says to Batman, you have to you rip this card up. If you rip it, you'll have to explain to me why you sent a boy to do a man's job. Did he mention? Did he say Richard at any point?
No, he didn't. Nope. He didn't say anyone's name. He just said Boy Wonder, an adopted son. That's it.
Oh, I thought he said another. I thought it was a name that gave a clue as to who.
He mentioned Harley. That's the only name he ever said.
He mentioned Harley.
Yes, he did.
Batman mentioned Harley when he killed her. Yeah, said something about killed
we'll
Harley.
get to that. We'll get to that later. We don't need it.
Yeah, we'll We'll get there in a minute. But back to what
alternate timelines. So
yes,
back to what I was saying about emotional manipulation. It's everywhere in this film, and a lot of that is coming from Lex, because that's his plan. And
it did not take much to push him over, actually. Little Red Notes, Big Bang. You let your family die.
God, you're really good at that.
Who are you, and why did they meet you sooner?
Oh, hot take. This is the best, the best live action cinematic Lex Luthor.
Yes.
I'll put the asterisk there because nobody can beat Michael Rosenbaum.
No.
He was really good.
But yeah, I think this is the best version because he's nuts, and it's kind of a throwback to the classic mad scientist version of the character before he was kind of rebooted into the businessman. I love the back and forth he has with Senator Finch. How he's not even bluffing when he goes on his diatribe about I can piss in a jar and call it Granny's peach tea.
Actually, that's what she said. She said that.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And he just took it as a okay. Okay, I'm gonna put that in the back of my head. I'm gonna remember that.
Yeah, he's certainly unpredictable, Lex. That's what I've grown to like about him.
Yep. And he says one of my favorite lines after his initial plan was foiled. When Superman comes in, he says, "You lose," and he says, "I don't know how to
lose.
Yeah.
You'll learn."
Mm-hmm.
I love how Superman just says that just with a complete straight face. Not just like, you'll learn.
Yep. Man, there's so much that I love about this movie. I love Ben Affleck's Batman.
Oh yeah.
I think we were robbed of a great solo film.
You were robbed of what would most likely have been the best Batman film to date.
Yeah. I think Alfred is perfect.
Even Jay Oliva has said that. He said it's the best Batman script he's ever read.
Yeah. I love the way that Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman was introduced. And watching the film again after watching the two Wonder Woman movies, like it informs a lot about her character. How she's been working in man's world as sort of like a what would you call it? Like a historian?
Yeah, I would consider.
Yeah,
Maybe a museum curator.
Sure. Yeah. So it makes total sense why she would be at this function. Like why she'd be so interested in all these historical artifacts. And of course, why she'd be so obsessed with concealing her identity, and why she's so interested in getting that photo back. Of course, that does sort of lead into everyone's problem with the film, the completely shoehorned Justice League references, which
I'll say just email, and it's because of the placement of it. If it was placed
if
anywhere else,
if that was a post-credit scene, nobody would have a problem with it.
Nope.
But Zack doesn't do post-credit scenes.
Nope.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else that we haven't talked about. Really just like other than the Justice League tie-ins, I don't really have any major complaints. Other than if I were in charge of running a DC cinematic universe, I wouldn't have killed Superman off so quickly. But fine, whatever. This is Zack's vision. I'm cool with it. And Doomsday admittedly did look pretty awesome. Once he evolved into like more of the Doomsday that we all know.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who still have a problem with the design, you could make the argument that this isn't the real Doomsday, just an artificial creation.
Well, because Superman has there's an Easter egg in Man of Steel that he pointed out in a watch party of that a Doomsday did exist before and destroyed one of the moons of Krypton, and you could see it in the background of the Krypton.
Right.
Nice.
Prelude. So.
That's another thing I love about Zack Snyder. He's like he does such a good job of like hiding Easter eggs like all throughout his films.
Oh yeah, he's very good at that.
Yeah, they're very fun to dissect.
Mm-hmm. Like the Supergirl Easter egg that he hid.
Yes.
Was that in the beginning of the film or during?
I want to say in the middle of the movie.
It's whenever he walks through and you can openly see. I can't remember when it was, but I want to say it was near the middle when he.
When
odds.
Okay.
Supergirl.
What's that?
No, I was just I was playing a Facebook. I was looking at our video on Facebook Live.
Okay.
And I just.
Oh, I heard someone say something, but okay.
Yeah, that was like a 5-second. It's like a 15-second delay, so that's why you heard Josh for a bit there.
Okay.
But yeah, this at the time of the Ultimate Edition, Batman v Superman was my favorite entry of the DCEU. Until we got to Wonder Woman. Once her solo film came out, that was when the DC Cinematic Universe or the DCEU was at its peak. I do have complaints about the last 20 minutes. And when Patty Jenkins recently confirmed that was very much a studio mandate, it makes a lot of sense in hindsight. But really, outside of that, that final fight scene, the rest of the movie is perfect for Gal Gadot's first leading role. It's nice that she gets to she gets a nice romantic lead with Chris Pine. Their chemistry is amazing. Mm-hmm. I love the whole fish out of water element.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
I love that it takes place in World War I because unlike World War II, which is commonly in film depicted as a very black and white good versus evil. World War One is like the perfect place to set Ares as the main antagonist, because he's the god of war, and World War One was a lot less like it's a lot more morally gray.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly.
So it's easier to have Ares be like the one who sort of like pushes humanity into this all-out war.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with Josh, where I think Wonder Woman 1984 is a better film, but only because 84 has the better ending. But other than that, I would actually say that those two movies are tied. It's just the ending to 84 pushes it over the edge. Justice League 2017. I drank the Kool-Aid when I saw it in theaters. I was a lot softer on it then I would be if I tried to rewatch it now. Other than like going on YouTube and just looking up quick comparisons between the theatrical cut and the Snyder Cut, I have not rewatched the Justice League. So, but of the scenes I did kind of go back and watch, it's painfully obvious what was changed. So I can't remember who I told this to. Maybe I think we talked about this on the test stream, where Justice League 2017 compared to the Snyder Cut, it would be like watching Dragon Ball Z Kai and then going back and watching the old Funimation dub. The characters are all they're all exaggerated to kind of the worst degrees. And I think the character that suffers the most, aside from Cyborg, who is pretty much a nothing character in the Whedon version, because
certain reasons.
Yeah. But I think Ezra Miller's Flash gets kind of the worst treatment because they take what was already the comic relief character and push it to an almost uncomfortable extreme. We didn't need the what is brunch, or we didn't need him falling and landing on Wonder Woman. We didn't need the Russian family at all.
Nope.
Trepieski or whatever the hell he says, I don't know.
Dostoevsky, yeah.
Yeah.
And we also didn't need the Aquaman sitting on the lasso.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate about Ezra Miller, though, like in the theatrical cut in the Justice League, because rewatching some clips of that, there's actually a really good exchange that I love in that. And I know it was a reshoot. After you get past the brunch of it all, it's after the, I need friends. literally just cut out everything involving brunch. There was a really nice exchange that I like where he's just like, I find people slow.
Or slow, yeah.
And Bruce just earnestly says, well, I'll try to keep up. And
that was nice. That was good.
So much better if it was more consistent, and B, if Ben Affleck and Ezra Miller looked like they wanted to be there.
Yeah. See, that's the other problem with the reshoots. Kind of like Josh Trank's Fantastic Four or Fourth Stick. The reshoots are almost painfully obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell by, and I do not mean to body shame, you can tell by Affleck's weight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I don't think it comes off in a body shaming way. Like, I mean, you can tell like the weight in his face is different.
Yep.
Just.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's like probably one of the biggest signifiers that things have definitely happened in between productions.
Yeah.
I do not recommend watching Justice League if you're not purposely trying to compare the two, then do not bother.
Yeah, my girlfriend's gonna force me to watch it one more time, most likely.
I will probably watch it like just out of sheer morbid curiosity, but I'm not looking forward to it.
No, neither am I. I don't ever want to see it again, but unfortunately I have to for her podcast whenever she starts that back up again. But I'm not looking forward to it.
Moving on to Aquaman. This movie, it's the best kind of dumb that only James Wan could have accomplished. Mm-hmm. This is like your Big Trouble in Little China, but for superheroes and underwater. It's like the Peter David Aquaman run come to life, and it's glorious. I think the casting of Jason Momoa as a Polynesian Aquaman is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Tamora Morrison is his father, and I think the love story between him and Nicole Kidman, who I swear I swear she looks younger the older she gets.
Yeah. I only realized that it was Nicole Kidman when she left, when she was saying goodbye to them on the deck.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, it's Nicole Kidman. I totally forgot she was in this.
Yeah, and she's great. She's not in it for long, but when she's on screen, she's just phenomenal. But all of the stuff like in Atlantis, like the octopus on the drums, all the Five Kingdoms, Volko, Ocean Master, all of it is just glorious. And it we brought it up earlier, but Black Manta's costume should not work in live action, and yet somehow it does.
Yeah, they went through a ton of work. I don't remember the costume designer's name, but man, they went through so much work to make all those costumes work. Like,
yeah, and all that work paid off.
Yeah.
I think this. I don't know if this was like the first time that I saw this actor, but it's the first one where I actually recognized. I butcher his name every time, but like the actor who plays Black Manta, Yahya
Abdul.
Yahya Abdul Mateen. This was the first time that like I recognized him, and it was probably his first like big supporting role as a villain, and he crushes it. I am so looking forward to this, like having him play a bigger role in the sequel.
He's like Darth Vader meets Boba Fett.
Exactly.
Pretty good.
And even Amber Heard as Mira is great. I'm a little confused why
Johnny Depp fans.
Oh, come at me, Johnny Depp fans.
Oh boy. Anyway.
Yeah, Mira's great. I love that scene where she's like water bending the wine in like.
Oh, that's
yeah.
I just realized that that's what she was doing.
Yep.
Yeah. That whole sequence with like the fight on the rooftops is just glorious. It's unfortunate that I haven't seen this movie in a while, just because I've been busy with other stuff. But both times I saw this movie in theaters, I was just completely locked in from start to finish. I very much looking forward to whatever James Wan has in like planned for sequels. And we need that Trench movie like now.
Absolutely. Yes.
I agree.
Moving on to Shazam. Shazam is probably, I'd say Shazam is the most perfect first movie for a hero since Christopher Reeve's Superman and Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
That is bold.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going there.
Damn.
I think like Zachary Levi will go down in history as probably one of the best casting choices for a hero that is quite literally a man-child.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what he needed.
Yeah. But what I really like about this movie is, you know, yes, it's lighthearted given the premise of the film, but unlike a lot of you know, as much as I love the MCU, this movie has a lot more. It has a lot more range emotionally. Like, it can be lighthearted, sure, and the lighthearted moments are great, but kind of like the Amblin movies, like when it gets dark, it goes there. You know, this like
not so good.
Like the 10 plagues or the sins are, you know, like they're they're pretty scary for a young audience.
Yeah.
And when they're coming in and like wrecking I forget what John Glover's character's name is, but that's the villain's father. Like when he comes in and just wrecking Savannah's office, like, and it's just that's some scary stuff, and yet there's so much, there are so many heartfelt moments throughout this, and yeah, like we all mentioned, the scene in the hallway with Billy and his mother, like that scene wrecked me. And then following that up with the epic call to action scene of him transforming to Shazam.
Oh, when he jumps off the roof, yeah. Oh yeah.
That's a great moment.
Yes, I agree completely.
Yeah, I love the I love everything about the third act. I think this movie has one of the most fun superhero third acts since the first Ant-Man, where things just go completely off the rails.
Yeah.
This is fun because we're not just teased, like we don't just get a tease of the Shazam family. They're like active participants in the final battle.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's great that they all get they all have like their own unique sort of abilities too.
Yeah. Yeah, in a way, like, I mean, I guess they all have the same abilities, but they use them differently.
Yeah, it fits with all their personality.
Yeah.
And then the post-credit scene with Mr. Mind, it just has me really pumped for whatever's coming next.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Sinbad.
With Sinbad.
With Sinbad.
Oh.
I have no idea what to expect with his involvement. All I know is that I'm just dying to see what David F. Sandberg comes up with next.
Or if The Rock shows up in an end credit scene.
That's probably gonna happen. Moving on to Birds of Prey.
Hey, have you talked about Suicide Squad yet, Mike?
Oh, whoops! I completely forgot.
Well, that's how forgettable the movie is.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh no, he forgot Suicide Squad.
I was hoping he should just never bring it.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. My bad.
No, that's fine. I liked Suicide Squad. What I liked watching the movie in theaters, but I acknowledge that it's a very not good movie. The reason it works at all is because they do a damn good job with casting. Like I don't know specifically who it was that cast Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, but that was a stroke of genius.
Mm-hmm.
Will Smith is a great Deadshot.
Mm-hmm.
Jai Courtney somehow stealing this film from everyone. I did not see that coming.
Oh yeah.
I think Viola Davis is a great Amanda Waller. The problem with the Suicide Squad movie is just the movie. I don't. I'm not sure what a David Ayer cut will look like, but it's got to be better than the theatrical release. And
I know it's better because I've seen side by side between the original trailer and what it looks like in the original film. Like there's that meeting with Amanda Waller and the other people in the restaurant. It is shot in a far more interesting way in the original trailer than it is in the final film.
Yeah,
I need to go back and watch that trailer again. But what I was going to say is, the extended cut of Suicide Squad, I think, is one of the first times that that an extended cut has actually made a movie worse, because it's like the extended cut is, I'm pretty sure that was released simply because the Ultimate Edition was such a huge success on home video. And rather than the extended cut of Suicide Squad actually being the David Ayer director's cut, it's literally just the same movie, but with like a couple extra scenes that totally disrupt the pacing of the film.
I'm an idea.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I want to see the David Ayer cut only because I'm hoping that it's a better movie than what the trailer company squeezed out.
Hopefully. Still David Ayer. Hopefully.
Moving on to a much better Harley Quinn film. Birds of Prey and the Emancipation of One Harley Quinn.
The fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn.
Fantabulous, thank you. This movie is it's a great live action adaptation of Jimmy Palmiotti's comic Harley Quinn.
I'm familiar with that book, so
I've read a couple issues of it, and it's pretty off the walls, but when Harley Quinn is your main protagonist, that's kind of expected. This is the best that Margot Robbie has been as the character. A, because she gets to play a character who is just completely off the walls. I love how she's a completely unreliable narrator. I love each member of the Birds of Prey. My favorite is probably Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
As it should be.
Yeah. I love everything about her backstory. I love how she tries so hard to be a badass. I love, of course, Ewan McGregor as Roman Sionis. I love how he's like you said, Brock, earlier, how he's basically a more flamboyant version of the character from Under the Red Hood.
Yep.
The only thing that that stops us from being perfect is the character who is in name only Cassandra Cain. I've got nothing against the actress who played her. In fact, I think
for the character, just the name.
Yeah,
it's just weird.
It's cool though that how that's Dante Bosco's niece, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. That's cool. Good for her. She did not need to be Cassandra Cain. She could have been anyone else. Hell, she could have been I don't know. She could have been Harper Row. She could have been she could have been Sin.
Yeah, I just wish she would have been just new plot character B. It's fine. They did what they needed.
Yeah. But like for a rated R like action film, I think this movie is great. The Brock's comparison to this being like the comic book equivalent of Snatch is perfect.
Yeah.
All I have to say is I need more from all these characters. I want to see if we're not going to get a Birds of Prey 2, at least give me either a Black Canary solo film, a Gotham City Sirens, or a Birds of Prey miniseries on HBO Max. Just I need more. I need more of all of this.
Yeah, I just want to like more of, especially, why can't I think of her name right now? Black Canary, the actress.
Journey.
Yes, Journey Smollett.
Smollett.
Yeah.
Her name starts with an S, but I'm never sure how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I want more of her Black Canary. I want it so badly.
She was awesome.
She's so good.
And then we'll get for Wonder Woman 84. I've said a lot of my piece both on an old Renegade home theater and on my 0 hour review with Brock, but long story short, I think this movie is great as a not an overly nostalgic period piece, but one that like takes its setting and uses it in a more authentic fashion. It's not a superficial 80s film, but it feels like a movie that would have been made in the 80s, not just a cheap imitation of the setting.
Yeah.
I think Patty Jenkins has a very traditional aesthetic for superhero movies. Like she is very inspired by Christopher Reeve, but in the best ways. Like she takes all like the good lessons from the Richard Donner films and incorporates that into Wonder Woman. The problems I have with the movie are obviously I think they didn't need the specifics of how Chris Pine comes back are needlessly overcomplicated. I think he could have come back, but but maybe just have been a ghost the whole time. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's just no way, no reason why they had to do what they had to do. And the other thing, was the scene where Cheetah becomes the villain. The only reason I don't like that scene is the framing of it, not necessarily the scene itself. And
there he is.
There.
And yeah, we talked about that before. How there's kind of like a disconnect between what that scene is trying to accomplish and what the music and like what the music and I guess sort of the dialogue sort of there's just a different it's just a problem with the execution I have with that scene. Even though I think I understand what they're going for. Other than that, I love most everything else about Kristen Wiig as Barbara Minerva, and Pedro Pascal is the MVP without a doubt. Life is good, but it can be better.
Yes, that was good.
So that takes us to the main event. Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Finally.
Yes. Took a little bit. This is going to end up being as long as the Snyder Cut.
I warned you.
But I will admit, I think it's a little bit fitting. I think it's fitting just to kind of show the journey getting to here. Because if there's one thing I think we can all agree with on some level, say for instance this movie that we all saw was released in 2017, warts et al. I'll be honest, if it wasn't for the benefit of time and sitting on Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, and especially the theatrical cut, I don't think it would have been as well received as it is. And I don't think a majority of people that we're seeing now turn and start to love and appreciate his vision more. I don't think we would have that now if it wasn't for the fact that we sat at it. Well, now seeing everything afterwards, no, that makes sense. No, it makes sense for this Superman to be like that. And all this is to say, I fucking love the Snyder Cut.
All right, we have, officially the Snyder converts right there.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly.
I won't say that we're ready to go to the altar of Zack Snyder. We're not about to make pictures of him photoshopped over Jesus or profile pictures, but I will say,
come on, you can
will
do it.
say
You can do it.
I will say that this is easily my favorite film of Zack Snyder's, my favorite film that he's done in the DCEU.
Yeah.
And I'll say it's probably my fourth favorite film in the DCEU. Just behind Shazam, Aquaman, and Man of Steel.
I haven't quite nailed where it ranks just yet.
Yeah, I have to watch it 2 more times to figure it out.
Yeah. Gun to my head, I would say it's in my top 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
Top 3.
from our
I would
standing,
agree. Top 3.
from where I'm standing, it has the potential to be my favorite one in the entire franchise.
I'll say this: it's definitely my favorite of Snyder's directorial efforts.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have the hottest take here. I still think Batman versus Superman is the best of his.
I can see that actually.
Wow.
Our Snyder scholar has spoken.
All right. There we go.
I just I know it's on the nose, but like my favorite filmmaker is M. Night Shyamalan. Okay, like it doesn't get more on the nose than that. So,
I love it.
So like, yeah, it's on the nose, but at the same time, I don't really go to watch Zack Snyder films for subtlety.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me.
Yeah, it's very true. He operates with a sledgehammer,
quote.
not a scalpel.
It reminds me of that quote from not Christopher. No, why did I confuse the two? It reminds me of that quote from Quentin Tarantino talking about Kill Bill. He's like, "Yeah, Kill Bill is violent, but it's a Quentin Tarantino movie. You don't go to a Metallica concert and ask the fuckers to turn down the volume."
Yes, exactly. And Batman versus Superman, in my opinion, is like the movie that it's really Zack Snyder kind of confronting that idea, of Superman's slogan, truth, justice, and the American way, without actually saying truth, justice, and the American way. Like it's because it's getting into, the hysteria that, like, political hysteria that's kind of corrupted American politics since certain time. That if you've seen the movie, you know exactly what it is. And I don't know, like I just really like that idea of Batman really embodying that hysteria and just xenophobic mindset, and just how it ties into mythological storytelling, and just like it's trying to be like a high concept political thriller, essentially.
Okay, I want to say something here, so that just to clarify what I said earlier about relating to Batman, that's not the part of Batman that I'm relating to, not the xenophobia, okay?
We understood what you
just
meant.
the rage, the mental, that whole thing. But yeah, I want to say
just the depression and the anger. That's it.
Just the depression and the anger. That was the thing. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, Gwen.
That's hilarious.
Gwen is well taken,
That's
though.
hilarious.
To clarify,
you make a salient point, because yeah, that is true. That is sort of what he was feeling as well. It was the fear of the other.
I mean, he even basically subquotes Dick Cheney. If there's a 1% chance, you have to take it as an absolute certainty or whatever.
Oh my god! This like kind of flips a thing that I was going to say jokingly, because now I realize, oh my god, it could be serious. Like, I wouldn't put it past Snyder to do that now, because I remember seeing this reading of Batman versus Superman, and they took the scene that we've all been making fun of with Lex and the Jolly Ranchers, specifically that it's Cherry, and it's Zack showing how, through wealth and opulence and all that in the wrong hands, it can be very easy to be red-pilled.
Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I'm not the only one that thought of the red pill thing. Oh my god.
I was going to bring it up jokingly, but hearing that right now, no, that has to be something.
I thank God I'm not crazy.
Your whole analogy would fall totally flat if he gave the guy blue raspberry.
It would be.
Okay, the best flavor, but I think that's also why, because I remember going into Justice League, and with all the time that's passed, I think I even said as much like before the movie came out, that I think it was going to be Snyder's most accessible film, because with Man of Steel, it's him trying to do his own version of Superman, a more grounded take on the son of Krypton. And Batman versus Superman, I've heard it said it's a deconstruction of those kinds of big events. So for something like this, it's literally
a reconstruction.
A better word to steal, to coin a phrase from the distinguished competitors, Marvel. Basically, they need to assemble, so it's basically Snyder's take on doing something similar like the Avengers, but just more with, after having gone through all the darkness, really there's nowhere to go but up in terms of that light.
Yeah.
And I love that it's even reflected in the dialogue, like especially with Batman, who was probably the most dark character in Batman versus Superman. He was the literal darkness to Superman's light. You know, Alfred's like, you gotta understand, this isn't this is really dangerous. And Bruce says something along the lines of, I'm not operating on logic or whatever, I'm operating on faith.
Yes,
that's been my driving force with all of this. Oh yeah, full spoilers for the Snyder Cut.
Yes.
So no worries, guys. If you're just listening to hear our voices, thank you for that. I hate my voice, but thank you for that. But from here on in, 3 hours in, if you're still listening, we're gonna get right into it.
You're still listening. Bless you. Seriously. And also, if you're on the East Coast like me, go to sleep. You can listen to this tomorrow, for God's sake. We will have this on the website.
Yes.
Oh,
Just get some rest, guys.
Yes.
All right, since we're going full spoilers.
Yeah, let's go full spoilers.
Let's cut to the chase. How great is Cyborg?
Oh my god!
Oh man,
phenomenal!
Awesome.
180 difference, man.
He's awesome. I will say that I'm with some of the people that think that he had at some points more than he needed, but my God, he at least got what he needed in this movie. Because
and it also, I know there's far more important reasons as to why Ray Fisher was angry about this, but God damn, they stole his moment in the sun, because holy hell, he is just giving this performance his all. He is not backing down. Even down to body movements, mannerisms, everything. He, in that motion capture performance with the cyborg body, he is just going all out and just giving one hell of a performance. I think he even, I could be wrong, I think he said something in an interview how he was kind of emulating Quasimodo at some points, and you can tell.
Yeah, when he's limping, after he just witnessed his father die.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god,
and whenever he first meets Diana.
That scene, just his performance there, seeing the teardrops just fall as he's limping. I think I audibly went, whoa.
There were too many moments where, like I said earlier, that I guess my mind had kind of suppressed a lot of the memories of watching the original Justice League. And there were so many moments where I was like, they didn't put this in the original version? Why not?
There's one scene where I remember yelling, why the hell was this not in it? It was the scene where you hear the voiceover of Silas explaining his powers, and it shows him helping out that waitress, manipulating her bank account so that she has she gets
wins,
lottery.
Yeah, she wins a contest. She's at the ATM with her son, and are you talking about that?
Yep.
Yes.
How many of us, if we had his power set, how many of us would go around doing stuff like that?
Oh my god, I would.
I totally would.
In a heartbeat.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I look at that scene, and I'm right there with you. It's just the one scene that makes me go, why in the hell would they delete this? You don't even have to have the voiceover. If you want to get rid of the voiceover, that's fine. You can get rid of that. It is one tiny scene that informs you so much about who Cyborg is at his core, and you delete it.
and before that, they foreshadow that scene great with the flashback where where Victor's mom.
Yes.
He helped her. What did you do?
Yeah,
exactly. Speaking truth to power. And one of the things too is that it shows you his core, and then he meets with Wonder Woman, and then she says, "You could help the world," and he goes, "Fuck the world."
Ooh.
And I'm just, I really was like, yes, this because I so relate to that because that's who I am as well. Like as a person, if like dealing with people on an individual level, I would be like, super, super cool with people. But like, if you're asking me about the world itself, that's what I would say. I'd just be like, fuck the world.
And just in general, I like how it's Diana who goes to recruit Cyborg because her whole arc in BVS is that I have spent 100 years turning my back against humanity. So like who better to like to lend a hand towards someone in a similar situation.
Yeah. The thing that I love about Snyder's take on superheroes, and I wish that we had more of this over time instead of going in the more lighthearted direction that we went in. I wish that we had continued on this storyline of it's darkest before the dawn. That's basically where he starts out with these characters, and he did it in such a different way than Marvel did, because Marvel starts out with the origin and all that stuff, and that's an okay approach. I like both Marvel and DC. I'm a fan of both. But the thing is, what Zack did was he started out in a different direction, and he kind of pulled you in this direction of, okay, these heroes are established, these characters are kind of established already, and they've hit their breaking point, essentially. And now where do we go from there?
Yeah, so it's he's assuming that everyone who goes into it knows who these characters are.
To a degree, yes, but also he can show you who they are through their actions rather than showing you this is the origin story and this is how they become who they are, and this is
and they do kind of that. He does kind of that with Batman.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and he gives Superman his own movie.
Yeah, but I mean, Superman is the most important one, so of course, Superman is the beacon. That's the thing. Superman is the guy that everyone looks to for inspiration, including Wonder Woman, who is an inspiration in and of herself. But the whole idea behind DC, you can approach it differently like that because they're icons, and Marvel is a more man on the street approach, which is perfectly okay.
Yeah,
it's just different approaches.
Yeah, I agree. And I said this on Twitter, and I got so much shit for it, but it's fine. I said that Justice League, unlike a lot of the MCU crossover Avenger movies, Justice League feels like a complete movie because even though you don't get the full origin stories of the characters and have them on their own solo adventures before leading into this, they all feel like they have an important reason to be there.
Yeah.
And even though, again, they don't have an entire movie of characterization, the smaller moments of characterization that you get are so vital to what is happening in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a complete arc in the movie. So it's just it feels more complete. I'd say that the first Avengers is the only Avengers movie that actually feels like a complete movie on its own.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them feel like you have to watch a ton of other movies to understand anything.
I'll say that as someone that I'll admit on a good day I prefer Age of Ultron to the first Avengers movie, but I completely agree. It's the most whole, and especially with this, just it really shows just the power of being able to master pacing. That's the one complaint that I've had with Snyder's movies in the DCEU. The pacing is almost always bad in some ways. I shared the criticism with Mike in Man of Steel that the third act drags. Batman versus Superman, like I said, I found it boring, but this one, it's 4 hours long, and with the exception of the epilogue, I don't notice it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even think. I can understand you can whittle it down to 3 hours if you wanted to, but if you put me in the editing bay and said, you need to cut 3 hours out of this, you need to cut an hour out of this, go. I wouldn't know what to take out because you risk losing something. And
exactly,
it's so human and beautiful, just from little things like just Barry at the shop trying to trying to do the interview, to Alfred correcting Diana, like just looking over her shoulder while he's
love that
trying
scene.
to make tea, which was probably
how about when they're at the cemetery? How about when they're at the cemetery? They're digging up Superman's corpse, and Aquaman and Wonder Woman are just talking, and he hands her his beer bottle, and she just said no thanks. Yeah. It's just little details like that. That's what I like about Zack Snyder movies. They're all about the details, you know.
And also, another small detail about that scene is like whenever I forget what the saying was that they exchange, but you know, Aquaman says something, and Wonder Woman's like, "Yeah, my people have that same saying."
Oh, the something with divided or how they're yeah,
and it's kind of getting into how, you know, we make up all these, you know, divisions like in different cultures, and if we actually broke it down and tried to understand the other culture, we'd realize we'd have far more in common than we have differences. And like it's just like a tiny moment to add to its theme of unity, and it's just damn.
And a nice little nod to Flashpoint too.
Yep,
them talking, and
I noticed that.
Yep.
Now what are the major differences between the Snyder Cut and the theatrical version? Is in this movie, Steppenwolf actually has fucking agency.
Yeah.
He has a little bit of an arc, Steppenwolf does. And did you know he's Darkseid's uncle?
Mother.
Uncle?
What? His uncle?
In the comics.
In the comics, yes.
I did not know that.
Steppenwolf is the uncle.
He's Darkseid's uncle. Yes.
Huh. I never knew that. Wow. Okay.
And yet he kowtows to his nephew. He's the guy who will, you know, he bends the knee to his nephew.
Yeah.
Just
wants
sorry
over
that.
Way more
I just can't get over how
it's like Darkseid is a petulant child or something.
Oh yeah, he absolutely is. But yeah, like, sorry for talking over that. I just can't get over the fact that in the Justice League cut, like, Steppenwolf clearly is horny for the boxes.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the hell is that about?
Mother, I called out to this guy. Calm down.
Like, I hated all that stuff. I was like, "What am I watching? Final Fantasy VII Advent Children? What the hell is this?"
The funny thing about Steppenwolf, the funny thing about Steppenwolf is that I remember not being wild on the design. Like,
no.
Either or, like, I'll admit the theatrical cut is somewhat close to a Jack Kirby style, but it just feels so plastic and weird. And
even the fists. Like the
and this Kirby. This one just felt too much like Megatron. In fact, I'll admit, while we were watching the movie, initially Kristal was just joking. Before time began, there was the cube. But as the movie went on, I didn't mind the design as much.
If they had gotten Peter Cullen to voice it,
I was surprised with how much humanity is in the face. Because I didn't think that it was going to be that expressionistic or expressionable, but just when Desaad is just saying, "Yeah, you ain't shit," like Darkseid, your nephew isn't going to love you until you start conquering some world, bitch. And it cuts the Steppenwolf with his puppy dog face. It's like, oh,
I love how every word out of Desaad's mouth was dripping with sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You owe him 50,000 worlds at this point. You really think he's going to care about this one Peasley planet you're going to hand him?
If it's got the anti-life equation, hell yeah.
You didn't know that at first, though.
I just love how he's just like, why are you calling me?
Yeah, exactly. I have more important people to talk to.
He's like, no, it's just like, then why do you call?
I was having coffee with Glorious Gordon Godfrey.
Oh, by the way, the only criticism I have with the terrorism scene, that would have been a whole lot better if the guy in the top hat was Gordon Godfrey.
Yes, or if they were intergang.
Yes.
Intergang.
I'm a believer.
Because I like their whole that dude. By the way, he was solid. I liked the whole thing about his voice and everything was awesome because he was just like now the modern world comes to an end. He was super evil sounding, which I love.
Before we get away from that scene as well, we're not going to not mention how Diana just ends that guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's
they're all
dead.
Superman lasers his fucking horn off.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Holy shit. I also wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about the guy in the
terrorist guy.
Yes,
in the museum. That's what I was getting
like
at.
a Tom and Jerry cartoon.
We're gonna get to how that goes down later, but yeah, I was talking about the guy at the start.
Whenever I hear the words "I'm a believer," my brain shuts off because I'm trying to cancel out anything from that cut.
Just think about All-Star. Oh my gosh.
Smash Mouth.
Smash Mouth. Just think about Smash Mouth instead. Their bad cover. That's all you got to think about.
Oh God.
Yeah.
There is one.
Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Gwen. Go ahead. I've been hijacking it. I don't mean to.
No. You're not hijacking off. I think I'm hijacking. But anyway, I love that. One thing I love about this movie that is not in the theatrical cut: people.
Yeah.
Civilians. It actually feels like the world is inhabited by people beyond the heroes. So whenever you have this moment with Wonder Woman asking if each of the hostages are okay, and then meets this one girl and she asks, "Can I be like you someday?" And you can be anything you want to be. That moment,
that was beautiful.
Was that not in the Joss Whedon version?
No, it was not.
No, it is
not. Oh, I could have sworn that it was.
No.
I legit started just tearing up at that moment. Like my eyes were just on the verge of becoming waterfalls right there because I just that. Okay, for starters, two things. You can't tell me that Zack Snyder isn't a feminist. Two, you can't tell me he doesn't understand Wonder Woman.
You're not wrong.
No, he totally gets it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, on that, I love that. That's your favorite civilian scene. My favorite is just the little running plot, the little side thing with Lois Lane visiting the destroyed memorial from Batman versus Superman. And always having a coffee for what was his name, Jerry?
Yeah. Well, by the way, that is played by the guy who played Jimmy Olsen in the Richard Donner movie.
And Jerry.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Jerry.
Jerry is a reference to Jerry Siegel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Jerry Siegel.
Yep.
I learned the first half of him being played by the actor who played Jimmy Olsen from Gwen's Twitter. I caught the Jerry Easter egg right away, and I was just thinking, oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, Zach, you fucking mad lad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost everything with Lois is done better in that movie. We're going to jump around quite a bit because we're going to remember moments more than others.
The big guns.
The big guns thing. No, she's just at the park. That's better to me. She was just visiting the memorial and they went, what the hell? And she goes back stop, what's going on? And she's more shocked at the moment. She's not privy to the plan that we're going to Frankenstein your ex here. They just, I thought that was a lot better executed that way.
Some questions about that, or wouldn't she have raised some concerns?
She wouldn't have wanted to be there when they're doing it. No, just in case he goes feral, then I'll show up.
Yeah, that was dumb.
I'm gonna get into something real quick, but I do have 2 minor complaints about the movie.
Okay.
Okay, and I think you guys may understand where I'm coming from because it's kind of turned into a meme.
Okay.
But I am telling you, at first I thought it was cool, but then it got annoying the more it happened. Quite literally, every time Diana breathes in the movie, you just hear the what did it say in the subtitle? The ancient lamentation music, just someone going,
It is overdone at points. I'll give it that.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it was kind of overdone.
Yeah, I will give it that.
A little too much, maybe.
Would you have preferred if instead of the ancient lamentation music, it's just Diana's theme?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I know they were trying to show like an evolution in her character, though.
Yeah, and also one thing that I whenever Ginny and I were watching it again last night, it just hit my mind, whenever the mother boxes synchronize or whatever, and then everyone notices it.
Yes,
like the sound, and you see the Amazons at the at the Amazonian Queen's throne. I was like, did he just reuse a 300 set? Because it looks exactly like a set from 300.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it does.
But that was one complaint. Just in general, I didn't like a lot of the music. Like, it didn't stick out to me like the other scores in Zack Snyder's movies. Like, especially, I'll admit, I'm one of the few that actually really like Danny Elfman's score in the theatrical cut for the most part. But at least little flourishes. Like, I really liked the leitmotif that he had for the Flash, especially.
And how about
in the big confrontation with the resurrected Superman? I'll admit I kind of missed like the leitmotif that he had for the Flash in that moment where he's running and he's trying to sneak around Kal-El and he locks eyes, but that was made up for immediately when the Flash had his big standout moment, and that music that happens at that moment was wow.
How about when Batman meets up with Commissioner Gordon and you actually hear a bit of the Batman 89 theme?
See, in the theatrical cut, that always weirded me out. Like, it was like, I liked it. It was like,
wait, that was a studio mandate. That wasn't even Elfman. That wasn't even his choice, I don't think.
There's only one.
That kind of makes it worse.
Yeah, because they were like, oh yeah, you can, because we're all on a nostalgia thing now, so you can use the old themes from the original movies, and like no one will care and no one will notice.
There is moments that like, there's even what I want to say. There was moments that Zack kept in that would have been Zack's in the original, but they just changed the music. Like the one that I noticed the most is like when Aquaman's walking off the pier. That's like a hop and rock song, and then it's just completely just the whole mood of that entire scene changes. And it's the exact point for point scene. And there was a couple of moments like that where I was like, oh, that was yours. They just changed the mood to it by like, okay, there's just little parts like that. And
there were so many moments in this movie where I was like, yeah, that was actually Snyder's, and I didn't know, and I thought, maybe it was a reshoot or something, but yeah, it's just like, it's amazing to me.
Like in general,
can you guys explain to me
Go ahead.
Can you explain to me what was up with that Aquaman scene when he like jumps into the harbor and then all of a sudden they start singing the song and the lament, the laments?
That I don't know.
I wish I could explain that, but
I don't think anyone can explain that scene. Like, it is.
I can explain.
It does fall right in line with Zack Snyder's sense of humor, but it is just so fucking.
Was that strange? Am I the only one that thought that was weird? Because
and then she takes his his sweater.
Yeah, and then smells it. Like, I mean, I can't blame you, girl, but
don't do that. I thought that was perfect. Like, setting it up like with all the dialogue beforehand. Like, maybe you could see it as a sort of prayer or like an. Or like a chant, like in honor of him, but then as it goes on, it's just Oh no, they're just.
Then
they're
it
just
takes
boring.
that took a turn.
That's
as my friend
okay.
and Keith would say, she's down bad.
Yeah.
Like in general, the music, the needle drops in this movie kind of confused me more than anything, which is weird because I think Snyder's really good with needle drops. But
Watchmen,
you and me both.
Watchmen, yeah.
You and me both. A lot of people make fun of the music choices in Watchmen. I think they're great.
Yeah, like
no.
I do think
the part where
during the sex scene was a little bit like on the nose, maybe.
Yeah,
that's
no,
weird.
The best one is especially the best example in Watchmen is when Rorschach and Night Owl are going to Ozymandias' palace and they're playing Jimi Hendrix all along the Watchtower, which is exactly from the chapter. The song that chapter was called "Two Riders Were Approaching," which is a lyric from that song, and they play that part where a wildcat did growl in the distance and two riders were approaching or something like that, and that was just brilliant, man. And they play at the end and in credits, it's My Chemical Romance's cover of Desolation Row, which actually has the lyrics, "At midnight all the agents and superhuman crew go out and round up everyone who knows more than they do."
Desolation Row is actually what the first issue in Watchmen.
Yes, that's what I meant. Right. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the thing that weirds me out because usually he's really good with the musical choices, and I don't know if there's a personal reason for the songs that he picked, but I just remember being weirded out when this really kind of melancholic song starts playing when Barry saves Iris, and then the very sad song of Aquaman going into the sea. Although it did make sense later on as the song was playing, talking about
with Aquaman makes a lot of sense. Like I have to take time and research his song choices a lot of the time because like he does put thought into it. I just have to and with Dawn of the Dead and his one song choice, Get Down with the Sickness. Like once I figured out what that song meant, like it was just like, oh, that's what this whole movie's about.
Yeah.
So that was like my big complaint. And the other one, aside from the fact that I might sound like a hot taker, but it just makes me think that Lois Lane was just really wasted, personally speaking, after after Man of Steel. Just personally speaking, especially in Justice League, I get where she
doesn't have much to do in Justice League.
Yeah, but it still feels like you could have done something like even more like after like the setup personally, but that's just a minor quibble for me. But this is the other complaint that I have, and it's not even Zack Snyder's fault. It's just bad timing.
Yeah.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, like, if he were to get more though, because I read the blueprint, Lois Lane would have had a major.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
You could see a little itty bitty box in her desk that you would have told.
Yes.
Which apparently he confirmed.
Yeah.
He confirmed that throughout the Snyder Cut, Lois Lane is pregnant.
Yep. And that maybe would have been important.
Only difference is that
she
her
goes
and
through the
Batman
drawer and then there's a pregnancy test right to it.
Yeah.
Oh, duh. And it actually says positive.
I don't know if it said positive, but it showed the box there.
Because Bruce Wayne, the last line that you hear from him in that scene, as him and Clark are walking up to the house, is like, "Congratulations, by the way."
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's just, and also Lois is carrying. I don't know the exact word. Shit. Baby manger. I don't fucking know.
Oh, force. Oh yeah. I thought you were talking about the name of the pregnancy test because it was called force majeure.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But yeah, anyway, I'll let you continue.
So the other
injustice.
The other complaint that I had, and it's because of bad timing, so it's not even Zach's fault. Okay, bear with me.
Okay.
So, literally, the last movie that we were in the process of watching before we saw Justice League was Cherry.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
And
God.
I'm just look. I'm not about to get into that here, but I'm going to admit it. I do like Cherry.
So far, we haven't
So
finished
far.
it.
But I'll admit, I really liked on some level like how Cyborg's abilities in technology were portrayed. You know, like just the visual of just Victor himself, but just technologically being explained his abilities, and in his mind you see him like controlling the nukes and everything. I think that's pretty cool. But then we get to the scene where he's explaining how the mother box of lost men or something like that like came into fruition, and he talks about how the Nazis or somebody had found it in World War II. And I swear to God, just going into the Nazi base or whatever and just seeing Victor walking down, talking to the camera like a Scorsese scene in his Letterman jacket, explaining things about Nazis. I don't know why it took me out of the movie, and all I could think about was Tom Holland.
All I could think about was Michael Pena from Ant-Man.
Oh, God.
So
that's so funny.
That's all it was, but you know, fuck, man, just this movie's a love letter to everything DC.
Yeah,
before and since.
It's the most DC movie that any DC movie has ever existed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Granny Goodness is in this movie.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Like, are you actually kidding me?
She doesn't have any dialogue, and there's no actor credited with that playing that character. But just seeing her in live action, fully dressed in her apocalyptic outfit, is like,
well, I'd
wow,
hate to see
that really happened.
Unfortunately, not voiced by Ed Asner.
No. And it's like they were just short of having the Furies there, of like having the set. Like,
yeah,
that's another thing.
And
Zack has said in interviews, if he got to finish what he started, the Furies, all new gods, they would be there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and they even mention them in the movie. Like, he mentions Heritage having blood of that, and I'm like, Zach, are you going to show that in this movie? And it came up, and I was like, oh my God, I might have had a heart attack if we actually would have seen some of that. But I was like,
I'm shocked that they even mentioned stuff like the anti-life equation in this. I don't know why I'm shocked. I just am, because it's like that is such a hard concept to explain to anybody who's not versed in Fourth World.
You know what I'm thinking? You know how we saw that giant
the Omega
symbol
yes
in the middle of the anti-life equation, and in Nightmare the Omega symbol is right in the middle of Gotham.
Yeah, you're thinking it's right at the bottom of Gotham.
The anti-life would be placed in Gotham City.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
I wouldn't at all. Yeah, it does make sense. You're not wrong.
This whole thing is leading us towards Injustice, which I love.
So by the way, I just realized that would actually fulfill Batman's entire crusade against the just corruptness in Gotham City if he was able to, you know.
Can you just imagine the synapses firing in his head where he goes, "Are you actually fucking kidding me?" Like, we're all this is, like, the literal cause of death is carved into this corrupt shithole that I grew up in. Come on. Oh my!
I mean, that would explain why he's teaming up with the Joker of all people.
Well, we'll get to that.
We'll get there.
Oh boy,
yeah.
Because like we go back to how this movie's changed. Like, Darkseid is there instead of Steppenwolf.
Oh yeah, in the flashback scene.
Yeah, that's a big change.
Yeah, huge change.
Darkseid doesn't take losses often. He would be irate about that because, again, he's another person that, like, that's when you get an actual fight, when Darkseid and Superman are in the same room. Because both of them, on both sides of their forces, when they show up, the problem gets solved.
Mm-hmm.
Him taking an L is pretty significant.
Oh my god, that stare down between Darkseid and the League just assembled through the portal.
Yeah.
By the way,
I got chills.
Same.
Can we talk about the end of Steppenwolf in this version as opposed to the theatrical version?
Why?
Oh my god.
About how they literally reuse a shot to make it better.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the parademons turning on him is so dumb.
Lame.
It's
They
so
smell
bad.
fear.
Oh my god, that was so stupid. And that was not satisfying at all as a conclusion.
But this?
Seriously?
This,
But
on
it
the
is-
other hand,
this
it's,
was,
it's
it's much
Diana
more
avenging her fallen sisters. It's just
Not
Obvious.
an axe. The
Obvious.
fact that he gets about to be chucked through a portal, we're like, no. We're not sending him home to be embarrassed. We're sending home his head detached from his body, and they reuse that shot where she smashes the axe and cuts his head clean off. And like I was talking earlier, going completely agreed. I was the only person that was kind of like one of my favorite lines in that cut before is that this guy's still bothering you, and I'm not upset that it's not there, but I liked it. But my fucking god, when he shows up with the black suit, it takes the axe hit and goes,
yes!
And then I'm just like,
yes.
Okay.
I was
you're
just
fucked.
about to
And then
mention that as well.
Oh boy, I just
I'm
disconnected. Oh boy, hold on.
That's how long this has been going.
I disconnected myself. I apologize. I got too excited. When he takes the axe hit and goes, not impressed. And then
ice breath.
Ice breath, and then
it's a much better introduction for that.
It is a much better introduction. And then again, I always say that when Superman arrives, the problem is solved. The rest of that scene is Superman practicing his right hook while they take care of the problem.
Do you guys, okay, am I the only one who groaned at the theatrical cuts introduction line for Superman when he comes in and he goes,
no, you and are the only one. I groaned so much. Like
I believe in truth, but I'm also a big fan of justice.
I remember sinking in my seat. Like I honestly hadn't felt that much existential disappointment since probably watching The Last Night in theaters.
I feel really bad because I don't mind the line, but I hate the execution.
Yeah, the line would work.
It's a line that would work in a different version of Superman.
Yes,
like I can see Tyler Ocean saying
justice.
It's just so generic. I can't even see it work in any version of Superman. Honestly, it's just so wooden.
But it's like in the animated series of Superman, I'm sorry, that would pop me hard. It would.
That would be fine. In the animated series, yes.
Let's say it. Animated series, that hits all the points it would need to, and that's that version of Superman to a T.
Yes.
Yeah, but like that moment, whenever the axe hits him and he's like not impressed, like the second it happened,
so
like
good.
I jumped out of my seat. I just screamed and applauded and everything, and I scared the cat.
I got chills. I'm gonna say I got chills watching it. It's up there among any of the best Superman moments in any movie ever.
If this were playing in theaters, that moment would have been the equivalent of Captain America holding Mjolnir.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll say this, the shocking thing is that before this, I didn't really care about these incarnations, like these interpretations of these characters. Like I started to love them now, but it wasn't until watching this and seeing them all come together, like actually come together, and just perfectly realized at that, like literally from the second Batman is fully prepared to sacrifice himself by going into the shield, and then having that moment that feels straight out of James Cameron's Aliens, where he's just like, they're coming, and he shuts off the calm.
Yes.
Straight into Cyborg saying, "I am not broken. I'm not alone." To Barry breaking the time barrier.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking, oh my God, I'm invested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is the Justice League.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking amazing right here.
I know.
It had more stakes, and it had more, like, way more character development, way more emotional, sort of, like, you know, like you said, just being like involved with these characters.
It's the ultimate wish fulfillment movie. You can even make the argument this is even better than Avengers Endgame.
Yep.
I've already made that argument.
I've
actually made the argument that it's better than all four combined, and I think I got like maybe over 600 quote tweets being like, "This is the worst take."
Yeah, this is like it's Zack Snyder. It's like Zack Snyder fully going, okay, you know, I don't really care like what the critics are trying to say. Like, even though critics have been pretty warm towards this Snyder Cut, actually much warmer compared to even Zack's previous movies. Like, it's just fully like swing for the fences. Like, it's everything in the kitchen sink. It just fires on all cylinders. It's just like, as someone who's not even that has been pretty iffy when it comes to the DCEU, like I mentioned, like this movie filled me with so much fanboy just joy. Like, this is just a pure joyful experience, and I was never bored throughout these 4 hours.
Literally, the only way I would have been more happy is if Blue Beetle showed up.
Hey, you know what though? Yeah, Mike, I think you're going to say what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
He's got a good chance of showing up now.
well,
if they would have done more with this, but
I was going to say a character who was completely cut from the original, the theatrical version, is Ryan Choi, who is the new Adam.
Yeah,
and
I have a feeling he was going to be part of Rick Famuyiwa's Flash movie. I have a feeling, just an inkling.
That
it would work.
That makes sense, and it also makes sense that like he and Cyborg would have been supporting players.
Mm-hmm. That weirded me out when I heard that in the movie. It was like, hey, they mentioned Ryan, and I don't remember if they said Choi right away, but then I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? He wasn't in the original. Like, what? And it's just like, that's a big person to cut. And he's there at the thing. He's there at the research facility with Silas the entire time.
Yep.
Also,
and Silas dies in this version to help them.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the end of the movie already. We got a lot of stuff we didn't talk about.
Yeah, there's 4 hours of material.
It's 4 hours of movie.
Yeah.
It's
crazy.
By the way, if you're watching this live, we have pretty much talked the length of the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna get there, and it's
a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and it's like just banter. Like,
in fact, literally just now, we've equaled the length of the movie.
Yeah, just lines throughout that whole movie are just like, even their little interactions throughout the whole movie are great. Like, you're going to talk about that end scene where Batman getting ready to go. Like, just one little added line they loved that they put in there that I loved is that he doesn't break through the shield right away. He's like, that didn't work. He's like, all right, then let me just try and knock a little harder, and just obliterates through the entire thing. And that whole scene is played out better, just interconnected, making them feel like they actually get along with each other. And I mentioned it when we talked about BVS a little bit. They feel more like a team. And in BVS, it made more sense, or not BVS, the original version of Justice League. It makes more sense to me that in this one, the person who was against it was the person who has not met Superman when they bring him back. It felt really stupid to me that Diana was the one leading the charge to not bring him back. And in this, she was one of the ones going, no, I agree with Bruce. We should actually do this. And again, the person who's had no interaction was like, I don't know if this is a good idea. It worked better for me in that way because
I agree. it made literally no sense, like why
like Aquaman
Diana would be so hesitant.
Untrustworthy person, like in general, like he doesn't trust anyone. So for him, it makes sense for him to say that.
Yeah, it just.
I love Barry's like I know you're gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah,
I know we're all thinking it.
Yeah, exactly. And no one speaks, and he just shows them on screen. We're like, yep. Also, Barry has a lot better awkward guy lines. Like, I get that he needs to be that, but man, a well-written humor is something that Zack isn't the greatest at times. But I tell you, I laughed pretty hard at the whole they're digging up the grave scene, and they go, "You think she's in the younger guys? She's 5,000-year-olds, Barry. Everyone is a younger guy."
This movie is genuinely hilarious.
That's so much better than the lines
also. Also, the one-liners is like, "I'm always dressed," and he just takes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh man. And like you said, Alfred gets a lot better stuff too. You get to see Alfred and Superman have an interaction.
That was
crying
cool.
out loud.
Yeah.
It's 2 minutes maybe at max.
I love that scene where Superman just comes in and he's like, "You must be Alfred," and he's like, "Master Kent."
Yeah,
it's just brilliant.
Instant respect. And the best part is Alfred's just working on the car. You hear 2 thunderous booms, like something's clearly supernatural at the house. He just keeps working on the car. So Master Kent, how goes it? I'm just like, that's exact. Alfred's used to this shit by now.
He's like, perimeter defenses, don't worry.
This was the scene I was waiting for when we saw like that first Comic-Con trailer for Justice League. Like, they teased the scene because it was the worst kept secret that Superman was coming back to life. So when I saw this in full, like in the context of the film, it made me so happy.
Yeah.
Same.
Did you guys like, I have to ask, did you all like that they switched around the Martha Kent scene talking with Lois to where she was talking to Martian Manhunter instead?
Well,
because I'm mixed. I'm not for or against it. It was just kind of middle.
Me too.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Martian Manhunter also met Martha, and that was a scene like disguised as Lois, and that was a scene that just wasn't shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling that there was something like that.
All right.
There's a line in that scene that Lois has that Amy Adams has that really got to me, which was the moment where she says to as we all know, it's fake Martha. It's actually Martian Manhunter. But like when she genuinely says that she has never loved anyone in the world like she loved Clark. You know, when she says, "I've never loved anyone in the world like I've loved your son." That was a beautiful line.
Yes.
Lois
and a great
in that
delivery.
scene is great.
It really shows how much she's grown since Man of Steel.
A potential problem I have with Martha in that scene being Martian Manhunter is that the dialogue it's a little too convincing. Like the actual dialogue that Diane Lane is saying in that scene,
like the selling of the house and stuff like that.
Yeah, she's citing.
Well, he's a telepath.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Actually, I take that back because Jean is a telepath.
Yeah,
that's very true.
That would explain like how he knows all these intimate details.
But that does speak to what you were saying, Gwen, which is that maybe there was a scene where he met with Martha as well. And, you know, maybe he was like, I don't know. I mean, you could say he was just playing games with them, but I don't think he was. I think he was really trying to help them. And
he was. My big question was,
sorry, Jacob, go ahead.
Okay, so like, it turns out he's of course the Admiral guy from very first Man of Steel. What's his name again?
General Swanwick.
General Swanwick. Like, what was the point of turning him into General Swanwick after when he was like outside Lois's apartment? Like, why would he feel the need to turn into the general if no one was around like to really recognize him?
to make people that had not known about the cut know who he was the entire rest of the time.
Yes.
Right.
That's basically it.
Yeah, it's clearly for the audience.
Yeah, it's in the context of like the world. Like there was no other reason other than just to. It was like he was like breaking the fourth wall or something.
Just an audience reveal. That's all. Yeah.
I love that line though. The world needs you too, Lois. And
yes, that is great. That is great.
That's just
Martian Manhunter being his cool self.
Yeah, that reminds me of the part like Batman said this is Superman in the Justice League cut when he says, Clark, the world needs you, as evil Superman attacks him. It is in both versions, but in this one it felt much more sincere. You know, it was like, Clark, the world needs you. Well, in Justice League, it was more like, the world needs you, Clark, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Look at it. Like I said, you change tones.
It's striking how some of the worst parts in the theatrical cut are made infinitely better in the Snyder cut. Like the one that I remember is just everybody just using it to dunk on Gal Gadot as an actress, just her screaming, Kalev, no!
Yeah,
and it was just, it stuck out like a sore thumb in the theatrical cut, but in the Snyder cut, when it happened, I was like, oh. And I didn't mind it nearly as much. Even, I'll admit, I was knee deep into my love for CW's The Flash at the time.
Yes.
So that scene in the jail with Henry and Barry, and his dad is just like, give me your hand. He puts his hand on the glass. I remember at the time when we were sitting in the movie theater, me and Kristal and our friend Ruben just went, oh my God. Oh, just lifting it straight from the CW show. But this time, maybe it was just because there was so much more movie before that. It just felt so much more natural.
Yeah, it just felt very lived in this world.
Mm-hmm. 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 There's even a little thing I like with Henry Allen that I don't know if it's just like a decision that Billy Crudup made or if it was just like ingrained like down into the direction. I'm almost positive Zack Snyder wouldn't have a character's like say dialogue in that way, but I really like how it feels like Henry is just very trying to be very casual, like almost like he's kind of acclimated to the time in prison, even when he's talking to his son.
It could just be that he's like that all the time, and this is just.
It could be that too, but it's just like little things like the fact that he never really calls Barry by his name or even calls him son. He just calls him like, "Look, man, you know, you're great, man." Like I don't know, like it's just something like really telling, like, okay, that's a choice, and I kind of like that. Mm-hmm. At the very end, when Barry comes out, he's like, you know, I got a job. You know, it's the worst part in a crime lab, worst job you can get in a crime lab, but it is a job. And Henry's just so happy. He starts giggling, starts saying it to all the other prisoners. He's like, that's my son right there. I taught him nothing he knows.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. I taught him nothing he knows. I was like,
that
man,
was
that's
so
awesome.
funny. That was great.
Yeah.
That was great. Oh, yeah. I laughed pretty freaking hard at that. I'm not going to lie. But yeah. And like, just another great thing about this movie is lore. Like, that whole scene, the whole scene where the arrow hits, and then they're like, nope, that thing unlocks a wall that goes into that. And I'm like, there's a ton of moments like that where.
How was that not in the theatrical cut?
Exactly.
I love it. Yeah, the arrow is a key. I freaking loved that.
Yeah. Well, there's that, and then the fact that there's a lot of Amazonian stuff that was cut for that movie. Like the fact that that whole dome just.
It's like Whedon was.
They all died, man.
Yeah.
Who did?
All the Amazonians, all that thing just dumps clean off the cliff as like a just perimeter safety measure.
They all just died in the water.
It's like Joss Whedon was trying to make his version uninteresting.
Well, Joss and Zack are two. I don't know if you can find much fartherly different filmmakers. That's why you got the film that you got. Like, there's people that would be closer to Zack's style.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but they wanted to do the MCU. That's what they wanted. That's what the executives wanted. And
I don't know, how does she when she uses the arrow as a key? Like, how would that stick out from the MCU though?
It really wouldn't, but they explore lore in a much different way because again, Gwen kind of said this, and there's one thing that a lot of people, when I try to explain the difference between Marvel superheroes and actually, Keona, I think you might have said this. When you look at Marvel and you look at DC, Marvel is very much, we got a lot of street quality people, and then you got a couple extra big guys up there, and then it's not like we've got all this crazy lore. It's just that it's kind of set. DC is very much Roman gods, Catholic religion, a lot of boom, it's on tapestries and walls in ancient Egypt and stuff like that. A lot of
mythology.
There's a lot more different than that. Like, you don't see them like Indiana Jonesing into a random thing to see Darkseid was here at one point. There's things you don't just, DC is more heavily ingrained in stuff like that versus like when you look at the Justice League and like Shazam, it's all of the gods put into one. And a lot of that, you can compare the Justice League and how they're created as characters to like Greek gods and all this. There's just not stuff like that in the MCU. And they don't need that. I'm not saying they do. There's very much a different way of how they operate. And that's how they ran as comic book companies.
Yes.
It's just like the Arrow thing. I don't see them doing it. Like, here's a good example. How did Iron Man in Age of Ultron find out about everything in Age of Ultron? He pushed the hidden wall open and then went, yay, and then walked in.
Please be a secret door. Please be a secret door.
Please do a secret door. Yes. Yeah. And then that's a very different approach to finding information in a secret room versus, okay, the Amazons have a secret hidden encryption on here. Slot it in there. Kaboom! There's just different presentations of how they do it.
That kind of dorky humor and that kind of like really awkward humor that works better in the MCU because the MCU is it's a more grounded sort of human universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realized that.
Yeah. Whereas with DC, it's like completely different.
Yeah.
You have Apocalypse in DC. You have
which is why it's so unfair when people derided the DCU when they said they should have done what Marvel did. Like when introducing these characters. When you shouldn't judge these on like the same terms. Okay, these different universes, you just can't.
And there's room for both. It's not an either or proposition. There's room for both. And that's like, even Stan Lee, who of course, he fanned the flames of everybody, you're on the Marvel, you're in the bullpen with the Marvel guys versus the distinguished competition. I mean, he fanned those flames, but at the same time, it's like he knew that success for one company is good for the industry. So he wanted there to be success. You know what I mean? Like he wanted to be first, but
a rising tide raises all ships.
Yeah,
exactly.
Fun fact, if you look them up, Stan Lee actually wrote a small series of books on what his versions of certain DC heroes would be, and some of them aren't bad. They aren't bad.
And some of those have been sort of like the ideas that he placed in those books have been sort of played with by DC.
Yep.
In later years, which we know.
Yeah, it's
just imagine.
Just version of Batman. Like personally speaking, I really like his version of Batman and Superman.
Yeah.
He said at a panel that he thinks that I believe, if I remember correctly, his version of the Flash was his favorite that he redid. If I'm remembering it correctly, it's been a few years since that panel, but anyway, back to that. The lore, like I said, how they explored lore to make it seem like just going around versus a couple of different things, like it's on cave paintings and different things, and talking about the Amazonians and their more deep entrenched anthology of how they used to be together and like all that stuff, and like actually going out of their way to mention stuff during that previous scene about how this person and that, and they fought together, and like they're name dropping stuff instead of just showing it and not mentioning names. It's you have more time to do stuff like that, and it works a lot better that way because again, people want to know what stuff is. Just you could have just shown a picture of Darkseid and went that guy, and then never talked about him again.
Like they did in the theatrical cut, which was just that just for Darkseid, and that's the only mention that you get of him.
Exactly. It was kind of like the Thanos version at the end of Avengers, where a bunch of people were like, "Who's that purple guy?" comic book characters knew, but some people outside of it didn't. It's kind of the same thing, except you got a lot more of it.
Yeah.
There's
if the MCU really wanted to go super cosmic, I mean, they could.
I think they're
going like the DC.
Yeah, they will with the Eternals.
Yeah, with Eternals, with Chloe Zhao, from what that's looking like, that's probably going to be incredibly art house for Marvel.
Yeah,
right after Nomadland.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're just gonna give her the key. They're gonna give Chloe Zhao the keys to the kingdom. Like, you know what? You're nominated for best director. Just go ahead.
Just do what you want.
Yeah.
You got Selma Hayek in there. You know, we'll let it pass.
Yes. And that's gonna be nuts. But back to the DC.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to still talk about that, but again, we don't want to get too much into stuff that we don't need to talk about. Like the big changes in that film are towards the end. Set up a different MCU than what we would have got. Like they changed the Lex and Deathstroke meeting drastically.
Okay, yeah, that's something
I like
we
that.
talk about.
I liked it.
Instead of saying we needed in Justice League, which is a very, in my opinion, Avengers sequel type setup line, they go,
that totally is. Yeah.
By the way, his name is Bruce Wayne, setting up a Batman movie.
That was a Batman movie right there. Good Lord.
I'm going to be completely real. I kind of didn't like a lot of the epilogue.
That's okay.
And a large part of it is because of the placement.
Okay.
In my opinion, watching the movie regularly, that stuff would be perfect as like a mid-credits and end-credits stinger. But at the same time, I know I would not want to get rid of having that cover of Hallelujah playing over the credits because of how personal it is.
Yeah.
But
that was a great version.
Yeah, it's for those who don't know, it's performed by Alison Crowe, who actually sang it at Autumn Snyder's funeral.
Oh wow!
It was Autumn.
Oh my God!
It was her favorite song.
And like I don't want to take that away. Like that's perfect. And I understand also this is Zach basically going, this is like my last chance effectively to play in this big playground. I'm gonna throw everything that I can there. Mm-hmm. And I think in isolation, those scenes are really good. But in watching it all, the more I think about it, looking back, the more I think, okay, now the movie's over. Wait. Okay, now the movie's over.
They kind of return.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
do that.
You could close out the movie, at least the base movie, the second Clark walks into frame and opens his shirt.
Yeah.
First part
that
of the
seem like the ending.
First part of the credits, then have Lex, more credits after everything, and then you start up with the Nightmare. That's my ideal way of looking at it if it were released back in 2017.
I don't know if I'd even have the Nightmare sequence like at all if I were cutting the theatrical version, or I may have like had a shortened version, but then just have a post credits with Bruce meeting the Martian Manhunter.
Yeah. Honestly, if I was cutting it, in my opinion, if we're doing end credit scenes, I would have got rid of the Lex Deathstroke one and just put this in. Depending on how their films would have panned out, you could have put it somewhere else, in my opinion, because Lex didn't have anything to do with the Justice League movie. So it could have been dropped at any of those other movies. Nightmare had to do with the Justice League. If I was cutting it, that's what I would have done if you're getting one of the two.
It's just to set up what the movies that we'll never see, basically. Yeah. But he's just putting in everything that he has because, why not?
Yeah.
Which, can we talk about the Nightmare scene?
I've been dying to.
Gwen
comes back
at just the right time.
You heard it calling.
Because I'm going to admit there's a possibility that our laptop's probably
ding.
So we need to talk about Nightmare.
Go for
Yes.
it. Go for it, Josh.
Go ahead.
Before your laptop.
Go
dies,
ahead,
for it.
Josh.
I think the movie in general is really well directed. And I'm going to admit, I know this is due to the limitations of COVID, so I don't think they could have Ben Affleck and Jared Leto in the same setting together.
They couldn't.
It's one of the few times where I can tell, and I think their chemistry would have been even better if
they were in the same room.
But with that said, I remember everybody was dunking on Zack like, oh, you're so edgy. You have to have Batman say the F word. And I'll admit, I joked with it like a little bit like, does Batman really need to? But watching it and finding out that Zack Snyder himself actually wrote all the dialogue there in that one scene.
Yes.
I'm just thinking, man, there is no other way that Batman would be prompted to actually say the F word, unless the subject
unless he was provoked.
Yeah.
And specifically by the Joker.
And that was absolutely perfect in how that was set up, because I didn't expect to get chills from that. But hearing Batman say, look, make no mistake about it, I will fucking kill you.
Especially after how he talked about how we killed Harley Quinn and then promising to kill him. I was just like, holy Jesus, fuck. I was shaking in my seat.
Yeah,
and in this version, isn't
my favorite character?
What's that?
That her.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's her favorite character. Yeah.
But I mean this version of in Snyder's universe, in Snyder's DCEU, doesn't Harley Quinn kill Robin? Isn't she the one that actually?
That's a weird.
That was a no.
That's a note that was given by the higher ups, and apparently it really messes with the timeline of everything that's set up.
Yeah, because David Ayer actually had it, his idea of what would happen to explain why Joker's or teeth are metal is that, well, Batman bashed his fucking teeth in for killing
they're
Robin.
braces basically.
And then the first time that Harley Quinn and Joker meet, he has the teeth.
Yeah. Oh, so that's not the case then.
Yeah.
But so then the studio mandate just totally fucks it up.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to admit, I think our computer's going to die like really soon. I'm just going to end me and Kristal saying one last thing. Please recast Amber Heard. I'm sorry. What was with that British accent?
Quite a thing to close on.
And I repeat the sentiments from a comment that I saw, from a tweet I saw. It was like, well, on one hand, it's kind of funny hearing Amber Heard's character referred to as a smelly old flounder, but of all the characters to say it, why did it have to be the one played by Jared Leto?
Yeah.
Good night,
our
everybody.
favorite human being.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, guys.
I'm just gonna
once again. That's why I love Josh.
We gotta go because
we miss you, buddy, and you, Kristal.
Yeah.
All right.
Check out
bye, Josh. Bye, Kristal.
Nice being back.
Love you too.
It was
Bye-bye.
great seeing you guys. Bye.
Nice to hear you in person finally, Gwen. See you guys later.
Okay.
Wait. One last thing before you go. Where can everyone find you online?
Oh, yeah.
Kristal.
It's been a while since I did this. You can find me on Twitter at simply_ragu816.
And
that's pretty much it.
And you can find me on YouTube at JoshBoy64. Tune in sometime near the end of the month or sometime next month. I'm going to have a big video on Kevin Smith that's going to be coming soon. Gwen's read the script. It's probably the most honest, personal, and heartwarming video you'll ever see on somebody like Kevin Smith. And I mean
And next week you'll be in the home theater one, right?
Yes. You'll hear my
good.
On
We're talking about Cherry, the father, and Mank.
That'll be an interesting episode for sure.
I will see you guys later.
All right. See ya.
See you guys.
All right. As we approach the 4.5 hour mark,
Jeez, man.
Does anyone have any final thoughts?
I'm glad that we got to have I'm glad that we got to have an interaction between Ben Affleck and Jared Leto, because that was my thing where like, man, Ben Affleck has been wanting to be Batman his entire life. He just has. He has a fucking like $20,000 bat cave built into his house. And then Jared Leto, outside of lines he was made to be written, in my opinion, was a good choice to be the Joker. And then I was like, okay, now they're not going to get to me because all of that. But the fact that we got to see them have a line and he didn't look like a tattooed jerk off, I was very happy.
Like a Marilyn Manson wannabe.
I wouldn't even consider it. He's his own little special monster of what he wanted to be. But getting to see them do the joking around and mentioning Harley, I didn't think Harley was going to get mentioned at all.
Yeah.
And getting the mention of, in her last breath, she said, "Get rid of Joker," and just the whole, like, the stuff he would say in situations like the fucking reach around line and just, like,
au contraire, my little fish stick.
And yeah, just, you need me to fix up the world that you screwed up because you're, what did he say? I need to be the bigger man. That was a very Heath Ledger-like delivery. I think he did that on purpose.
He
but
did. It had
him saying the line, "How many times have you screwed up because you're the one that doesn't have to die?" I was just like,
ooh,
ow.
Oh God, I love that.
The movie, I don't understand.
You didn't have the cojones to die yourself.
Exactly.
It understands what the best parts are. It's like when Batman and the Joker interact with each other, and we haven't seen a genuine interaction like that since The Dark Knight.
Yeah, and it's
and
you get to also an interaction I never thought I'd see is Batman and Deathstroke, and Deathstroke giving him shit, going, "We really needed to bring him. Are you regretting this?"
Yeah.
Talking about like their redheaded stepchild in the corner.
You know what's amazing about it too is the juxtapositioning of that. Whereas in the scene with Lex, where he's like, "Oh, Batman is Bruce Wayne is Batman, by the way," and he's like, and he's like, "Oh, cool, I'm gonna go kill this guy," and then the next scene they're working together.
Yeah.
That is pretty
interesting to
neat.
see where that progression.
Yeah.
Goes. Like,
it makes you have to fill in the blanks a lot.
I'm totally down for a nightmare movie. Like I love those kind of post-apocalyptic sort of, worlds.
One of
Zack
Snyder's favorite movies is Road Warrior.
Yeah.
Let's have a scene where that actually makes it more relevant when Flash warns Batman that Lois is the key.
Yeah. He's like, "When you let her die," I'm just like, yeah, that'd be the ones that stop going feral. And then they end.
Oh, how she suffered so.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering.
That's perfect.
I'm kind of wondering if they would have did some version of Injustice where he tricks him into killing Lois.
Yeah. Oh God,
man. For anyone who's watching this that does not know, the Joker gasses Superman into thinking she's Doomsday. And he beats her to death.
God.
Yeah.
That's Injustice. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one
that's
of the
almost as fucked up as when he. Remember when that's almost fucked up when he shot Commissioner Gordon's wife and that bus full of babies.
Yeah.
I'm not even that bad hardcore Batman fan. Even I know that scene.
Yeah, it's messed up. And you just they get to make you imagine what would happen. That's one thing I kind of appreciate. You fill in the blanks yourself, and then maybe you'll hear about it later. But yeah.
It's a really good scene. I mean, I loved it. Yeah, the movie overall is just, oh my God, it is amazing. And also the final scene after Nightmare, whenever Bruce wakes up. Did you guys talk about that already?
No, we have not yet. I was going to say, let's not get away from that.
Yeah.
Did you guys not think? I have to ask personal opinion, considering the name is weird to be said to a human. Did you think that they were just going to refer to him as John Jones and not the Martian Manhunter?
I thought that for
I thought
for
he
a
was going
second.
to say, "My friends call me John."
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Because I'm like, to this day, it's really weird seeing him in a current context, just talking with regular humans, going, "Yeah, they call me the Martian Manhunter." Can you explain to me why they add Manhunter on the end of that? No, it's fine.
This is one of those examples of dialogue that's written for the audience, not for the characters.
Exactly.
But that's perfectly fine. I don't mind it at all because it's like, we have enough comic book movies where they're ashamed of saying the characters' names.
Yeah, and it's
but
fine.
I also love this thematically because Bruce wakes up from the nightmare, and this one scene shows his entire growth as a character. He sees a caped alien in the sky coming down, and he's come rather than being filled with hate and just malice and paranoia, he's just calm and neutral and honestly kind of tired.
Exactly. He wakes up from the nightmare and sees him.
His whole last line where Manhunter leaves and then he goes like, "I guess I'll be seeing you around." And he's just like walking back to bed. He's just like, "Man, I haven't even had my coffee yet, dude."
He's got honestly that is, he goes, "All right, I have research to do when I get my coffee. All right, I got to figure out what this guy's all about." And it's cool.
Okay.
But
yeah.
It's a good little scene, and also he looked awesome.
So good. But I love that. I just love the moment where he's just like, "Your mother and father would be proud of you," and he's just like, "I hope so." And it's beautiful.
Where was Manhunter during the big battle?
Well, he finally decides, he's like, "Hey, he's here. We need to go." That's one thing I talked about my youth pastor with when I was watching Justice League. I was kind of like, one thing that I wouldn't mind getting explained is why he didn't do anything. He's like, "Well, what are you talking about?" I'm like, "Well, there's this character called Martian Manhunter who's technically been in the DCEU the entire time." And then he's like, "Well, could he have helped that much?" And then I explained his power set, and he goes, "So he's at a somewhat level as Superman?" I'm like, "He's up there."
I thought he was like more powerful than Superman.
Yeah.
They just didn't shoot it.
Yeah, because it's like they both have their coined weakness that would just send them into nothing. But yeah, he's got like fire versus the whatever, the matchstick line, of course, all that. But it's like he was the kind of person that went, "No, you guys are going to need help. Darkseid's coming. The anti-life equation's here." Like, the thing that brought him out was he realized how screwed they would be if Darkseid found that.
Yeah,
and
true.
Yeah, he acknowledges that they're strong, but they need to be stronger. Which
he was just waiting in the wings,
Yeah, exactly.
Observing.
Yeah, he's like the guardian angel of the DC universe, kind of. Just
he pretty much is in like every single incarnation that he's ever been shown in live action.
Yeah, it's like the Nick
Smallville
Fury.
and Supergirl in this.
That's a cool thing to have him be, though. He's that guy who's been living in plain sight, going, "No, they're still doing good. Yeah, they took care of that. You need to get talked to."
The actors who have played him, including voicing him, like Carl Lumbly and like Phil Morris, and and I think it's David Harewood in Supergirl.
That guy's my favorite version of him.
And now we have Harry Lennox. I mean, this is like that. Those 4 actors are so good.
Never had a bad Martian Manhunter.
Never.
But yeah.
Well, guys,
we're pretty much should have closing thoughts here.
Yeah.
I think this is it. Yeah.
So for final thoughts, as someone who's a big fan of Grant Morrison's JLA run from the 90s, this movie's perfect. It's like Snyder understands exactly what makes these superheroes, like, he knows exactly what makes them tick. And he pours his entire heart and soul into telling like a story with like this, like the scale and the scope of like a grand epic. And it was just amazing seeing all 4 hours of his vision like coming to life.
Yeah, it's just it's an amazing movie. Like, and I've been on the whole release the Snyder Cut thing from basically the week of the release of the 2017 version. So like I've been rooting for this movie from the very beginning, and you know, I haven't been certain people. But you know, it was very fulfilling to finally see this movie happen. You know, I loved all of it. I mean, I will say it is still my least favorite of the trilogy, but I love every minute of it. There's not a single thing in it that personally I would change, because it's the whole kitchen sink, but I don't care. Sometimes the whole kitchen sink is good. It's just
yeah, true.
That's all.
By the way, when Batman hits Superman once, and that when they're fighting in the abandoned building, he literally hits him with a kitchen sink.
Yeah, that is true.
PBS. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
Nice visual joke. Special effects guys.
Yes. Yeah, it was great that we got this, and I mean this in the most sincere way possible. I just don't want it to turn into a trend. This was something that Zack deserved to get done. Yes. I don't want it to become a marketing tactic.
Yeah.
No, I do not.
I agree.
Want it to be that.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, because then we'll just get like DLC the movie, and I don't want that. I want this to be a lesson where, you know, studios are just like, oh, maybe we should just take a step back, let the filmmaker do their thing, and we'll be better off for it.
Yes.
We want to waste hundreds of millions of dollars on something that, you know, people aren't going to give a crap about if we just let the filmmaker do what we hired them to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. No DLC movie.
100%.
All right. Anyone else have any final thoughts?
Yeah. It's honestly amazing how I have been reminded how much I love Zack Snyder why I loved him so much when I was young, and revisiting these DC movies. It's been a trip. It really has. You know, I've had such a deeper understanding of what he was trying to do with these movies, his depictions of them. You know, it's honestly incredible that I'm just floored by how passionate he is and how he understands why people love these heroes so much. And I sincerely hope that Warner Brothers and HBO Max, they find it in their hearts to actually have him do something with this and not just completely push him off, you know, this DCEU, even as they're continuing to do lighter movies, you know, or just like movies that aren't even part of the DCEU, like Joker and the Batman. Even as they continue that, they understand that there's an audience out there for his vision, and if they're smart, they'll cater to that. So, yeah, the Snyder Cut, it reminded me, it affirmed me what makes him such a good, interesting, and heartfelt director.
Well said.
Yep.
Yeah. Completely off the fly too.
All right. Well, this was a fun, super sized episode of Capes.
Oh yes.
Now, before we go, where can everyone find you guys online? Gwen, I'll start with you.
Okay. Well, I have a YouTube channel, Gwendolyn Jae Stone. It's where I am working on my own Zack Snyder video essay series. Part 1 is available now. It is near an hour long. Just a few seconds off. I'm working on part 2 right now. Part 1 dealt with the case of fascistic ideology in his movies that people claim he has, even though it's not there. And part 2 is going to be dealing with the Ayn Rand shit. And if anyone
that's a big accusation of his.
If anyone knows anything about Zack Snyder, that is a thing. And that's what part 2 is going to be dealing with, specifically talking about Watchmen, Man of Steel, and Batman versus Superman. Might be a little bit of Justice League in there, but we'll see. And then, of course, my Twitter is @GwenLovesMovies, and that's it. I really enjoyed being on here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, Jacob, it's great to have you, Gwen.
Jacob, where can everyone find you online?
You can find me on Facebook and Twitter, Jacob Krehbiel, Krehbiel, and I'm also part of the Renegade Pop Culture Facebook group.
Awesome. And Brock?
You can find me at Organoid Zero. I do a lot of YouTube content with Mike. Just going to put it that way. Movie reviews, fresh takes, also along with Cameron. Got something coming up in the near, somewhat distant future with Keona that I'm looking quite forward to. And yeah, I'm part of these podcasts. I was really happy to be on these. It was a pleasure to meet you, Gwen, and just look forward to doing more stuff together. This is a ton of fun.
Absolutely. I'd love to do it anytime. So
yeah. Keona, where can everyone find you?
Sure. You can find me at renegadepopculture.com. That's where we house all of our articles, show notes, episodes, basically whatever you want to see of our stuff, you can find it at renegadepopculture.com. Also on Twitter and Facebook, the official pages are at Ren Pop Culture. No Stimpy, just Ren. And also Facebook group is facebook.com/group/RPC42 in case you guys want to join. You can also find me at Neoplasmic24 on Steam. Add me because that's pretty much where I play a lot of my games now. So,
and you guys can find me on Twitter at Captain K42. Check out all my quick thought reviews on letterboxd.com/Coach K42, and you can just find me in all the various Facebook groups just at my name. If you want to listen to our older podcasts, you can find those on Anchor, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen. And as Keona said, our website is renegadepopculture.com. Need an escape? So do we.
Oh, Mike, I want to say one more thing before we go off air, which is that somebody on Twitter gave us a nice shout out, a really cool audio, full on shout out. His name is Dewey Woods, and he is the host of the Uninvolved podcast. So I just wanted to mention his name here, and I'll also mention it on tomorrow's podcast as well when we record that. But yeah.
Awesome.
Just wanted to say that real quick. Give them a shout out. Yeah, go follow them at Uninvolved. Let me see. Hold on. At Uninvolved P is their Twitter handle. Cool. So go ahead and follow them on there.
Yes, definitely give them a follow.
Yeah.
So that'll do it for this episode of Renegade Pop Culture Capes. We will catch you guys later. Peace out.